Greetings and salutations, everyone, and welcome to another ArchCast. I blame Dev for being late. He was sending me gay furry animations, I think? I don't know. He does that. It's just... I shake my head at him.
It's a normal Dev thing.
We are joined by Taftaj. Taftaj, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello. I post controversial things on the internet, hot takes and opinions. I kind of disappeared for a little while. I was touching grass. But now I'm back and eager to whine about wokeism.
Not just wokeism, puritanicalism as a whole today, because for those of us who are ancient, we've seen the eras. I came out of an era
the rise and fall.
It kind of, yes, of like Christian puritanicalism that was then fully replaced by now left-wing puritanicalism, which is worse if for no other reason than because it's far more effective at what it does.
Yeah, it's definitely ascendant in a way that is all-consuming.
There you go, chat. I'll put up the image that Dev sent me. It's about a cat boy being furry. I don't know. Dev, just why, Dev?
Okay, no,
We're gonna go into it.
Okay, well, I guess before we start, Taftaj, you and I have been friends for a while. Like, what is it? Has been like two years at this point or something?
Yeah, that sounds great. I think I like talked to Destiny, and then you messaged me, and I was like, "Oh my god, I watch your YouTube videos." Start of a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I it was kind of strange because like I messaged you after seeing you talk to Destiny about a few things, and then you kind of fangirled out, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't expect this." I don't ever expect anybody to ever know who I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like your stuff, and I feel like at that time too, I was like going through a phase where I was like watching a lot of your videos. So I was like, "Oh my god, this is so serendipitous, so timely."
Wait, it was just a phase?
No, I mean, listen, okay. I'm your number one fan. I consume all of your content. But I think at that time in particular, I was like going back and watching, just like binge watching videos.
Right. And I mean, so you two have met each other before because Taftaj, you were part of the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power watch along like last year or something.
Yeah, that show was brutal.
That was a terrible fucking show. Season 2 is coming. Hope you guys are ready.
Oh boy.
I remember this because afterwards Dev messaged me like, Taftaj hates you. And I'm like, why?
I did not say that. That is not how I worded it. Listen,
Close.
Okay. Fine, we're gonna bury the hatchet right now, okay?
All right, we're gonna.
Arch, every single person that I've introduced you to, they all say, "Does Arch hate me?" Like he's kind of a he's got like an attitude or something, or I'm not sure about this guy. And I'm like, listen, it's just his accent. He acts like he's a member of the Aryan master race.
Acts?
Like, you can't...
Dev. There's no acting. There's literally nobody on this earth whiter than me.
Well, here's the thing. It's one of those things where, like, everyone thinks the first time talking to Sargon that Sargon kind of dislikes them, but he never does because his accent, right? It's just you have one of those voices and one of those ways of speaking, Arch, that almost always puts off a new person. I know I was put off the first time I talked to you, but I mean, you never actually mean anything by it. It's just kind of how it is.
That's very racist of you, Dev.
Well, no, I'm okay with that.
I'm extremely racist against very eloquent ways of speaking. It just puts me on edge.
And I remember, I think one of the reasons Taftaj, I know that you left basically the internet. You didn't want to do streaming anymore, or at least like politics streaming anymore. And I don't know why, because you were good at it, but you left. And it seemed like you were kind of a breath of fresh air because you were trans and you were doing right wing stuff, or at least stuff from somewhat of a right wing perspective, which. There's you and there's Blair White, and like that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a big market for sure.
Yeah.
I think part of that was it's definitely an awkward position to be in because you kind of have like no friends if you are trans and also not like super lefty, because you just like don't really fit in with like the right wingers, and you don't really fit in with like the progressives for natural reasons. And so you just like constantly get shit on from like every side, and it's like, this is brutal.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like the people that I have gotten
Service
along
guarantees
best with
citizenship.
are the kind of like more centristy people, or people, yeah, like the enlightened centrist types.
Hmm. I mean, I think you've been on Adam and Sitch as well, right? You hopped on
Yeah,
their show.
I like those
Yeah.
guys a bunch.
Yeah. Anyway, you should come back. You should come back to the internet. Maybe this will be your return. This will be your
Maybe.
triumphant return to the internet.
Maybe.
And yet you gravitated towards Dev, the most extreme of them all. Confusing.
Am I? I mean, I am both a communist and a fascist, I guess. So.
Yeah, that's impressive. You like oscillate between them.
See,
okay.
There's actually
yeah.
an
ahead.
interesting introduction to our today's topic. Let's begin on a very cheery note. Suicide rates in America.
Why? How is this related?
It's actually surprisingly related. Okay, so near the bottom of this page, okay, you can look at the suicide rates in the US, and in the year 2000, they are tiny. Like, it has risen by 37%. And if you look at this graph, you kind of start to figure out a little bit of a resemblance here. The year 2000, the golden age of entertainment in video games and television that lasted for a good, 5-6 years. And then suddenly, upwards.
Well, I'm not sure if ending the golden age of television caused the suicide rates to go up.
This is an indicator, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Because the golden age of entertainment was absolutely one in which entertainment was universalized. It didn't care about who you were or what you were. It was all about escapism. Because we had an era there where there was, unironically, a lack of representation, right? The leftists did have a point at one point here, and the 2000s kind of blew away a lot of this with stuff like Fresh Prince of the Bel-Air and stuff. And it also was an era of
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
lacking prudishness, shall we say? This was where the cultural power of the conservative Christianity also lost a lot of its power, and so you had just good entertainment. And often, suicide is a result of extended depression, which is tragic. But it is a lot easier to get out of that depression if you have escapism, if you have something fun you can engage with, something that can take you away from the troubles and trials of everyday life and give you that opportunity to mentally recharge. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that I've seen people joking about this, and I posted something in chat where, this is especially true for teen suicide rates. There's this massive crater that happens starting in 1997 in suicide rates, and it only starts increasing again into 2013. So you can totally overlay this golden age of internet and video games. Maybe it is a good thing to be called a slur occasionally. It builds character and allows you to overcome issues in a way that just being kind of sheltered from any kind of danger does not.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're a Zoomer, Taftaj. We're millennials. Though I think Archie, you're a bit older than I am. I was a child of the '90s for sure.
Fire is
And
the answer.
there was definitely this view. I think I went off to university in 2007 or something. So I had my childhood right in the peak of things. And to be honest, looking back, it was pretty great. The games were great, the movies were great, the TV shows were great, the internet was great. It was all great. And so for me, from basically 2008 onwards, there's been a few good moments for sure, but it's been a very slow long-term decline, at least in terms of our pop culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's so interesting to hear, because it's something that I've been hearing over and over from millennials, how much better the media was. But it's something that if you didn't grow up with the media, you kind of assume it's just old people, they're just it's so much better in my day. But no, you're actually right. It was so much better. And my mind has been awakened to this fact.
It has been?
It has been.
So, yeah, I can give you actually a couple of interesting examples, okay? So, firstly, hold on here. I want to find something that you can actually pull up on screen that makes my point, Arch.
That'll be difficult, Dev. You rarely have one. Yeah.
Okay, here. This is one of the most iconic screenshots of the video game Chrono Trigger in 1995, considered to be one of the best games of all time. But it's a Super Nintendo game, right? The graphics are aged. The story's pretty good, but I mean, it had to fit on like a 4 megabyte cartridge.
Yep.
And yet it still captured everyone who played it. My girlfriend's also a Zoomer, and I sat her down. And I was like, no, I know you don't like 2D games because they're from before your time, but you need to sit down and play this game. And she played it, and she's like, oh, it's actually really good. It's one of those things where, sometimes looking back, it's just nostalgia, and it's like you can only like this if you liked it back then. But sometimes you look back and it actually was better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it really just depends on what exactly we're talking about. So I'm going to pull up how this conversation started between you and I, because we actually talked for like 10 minutes before the show started, and Arch was like, don't have the conversation
He's
off
like,
the
save
show,
this,
Dev."
please.
That's actually really funny. Can I wait? Actually, I think the links are here. Yeah, they are. So Arch, scroll up a bit in the link channel if you don't mind. There's I linked one of Taftaj's tweets. And so basically this is about the game Stellar Blade. And just in case you don't know what Stellar Blade is, guys, Stellar Blade is that hack and slash game with the really hot Asian girl, and everyone's losing their mind over it right now because game developers don't put hot women in games anymore, generally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just say
Yeah.
it like briefly? I love hot women. And people like it's okay to celebrate hot women. And
Yes.
we've lost this as a culture. It's horrible.
We have. So I have lost. I said a tweet here, and I said, how are all the wokoids going to complain about a hot girl in a video game when they're all over Baldur's Gate 3's nudity? Which is true, right? Because there's a if any of you have played Baldur's Gate 3, there's a lot of sex in Baldur's Gate 3. And you know what? There's also hot women in Baldur's Gate 3. So it does seem to be
as
there's this
hot
sort
as they get for 2024. Yeah.
They're trying, okay?
Listen, I've seen some really good fan art of some of those chicks. It's pretty great.
Fan
But-
art.
I think
yes,
when
yeah.
Shadowheart changes her haircut like halfway through the game, then you're like, oh shit.
but still though, like there is attractive females in both of these games, and yet people on the left who are doing the whole culture war thing, they're only decrying one of these games and not the other. And the question is why? And so you answered, Taftaj. The answer is obvious: pathological fear of straight male sexuality. Baldur's Gate 3 sex is gay as fuck. And that's interesting because even the straight sex, like, forget about the gay sex, forget about having sex with a bear, all right? Even the straight sex in Baldur's Gate 3 is considered queer somehow.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, it's just like the presentation is so gay, and it's like so obvious that the story and the game is like being written by a certain type of person.
Heresy's the question.
And their
Fire is the
interests have been
answer.
like injected into it. And I think that like the game is fantastic in so many ways. I mean, I've played it multiple times through now. I played it in like honor mode, the hardest difficulty. So I love it. And I also love like a lot of the acting and characters. But it's like it's undeniable that like every character is some flavor of like 20-year-old progressive you could potentially find in San Francisco or Seattle. And at least like most of the romanceable ones. And so it definitely that kind of ethos and moral outlook just bleeds into the characterization so far. And I think it has to do with like really this fear
Heresy's the question.
of
Fire is the
treading
answer.
into seriously dangerous water, this fear of having really controversial themes, and a fear of male sexuality and all like that goes with it, the potential misogyny or sexism or whatever that we're no longer really allowed to engage with.
Right. And so I did a video on this topic a couple weeks ago called The Queer Problem, where basically in order to be gay or trans, you don't have to be gay or trans anymore. You can adopt the aesthetic of being gay or trans, right? So I used a few examples in that video of people who said, I'm queer. Well, how are you queer? It's like, are you gay? Well, no, not really. I mean, maybe they're bi, but they don't seem to be. Are you trans? No, they're not trans. It's because they dress a certain way and they behave a certain way and they have certain political beliefs. And that allows them to basically take up the mantle of LGBTQIA+ without actually being gay or trans, which in my opinion is a problem. All right. It's like being politically trans or something, the way that you have like politically black. It's kind of the same thing. So
Mhm.
to outline what I mean by this, Arch, it is now time for you to pull up that 35-second video.
Don't wanna.
Nope, click it.
It's furry.
Hold on. You don't gotta play it with the audio on. I just want you to have it running. All right, just click on it, okay? Let me know when it's up, and I'll tell you the point.
Fine. I have it up,
lost.
Dev. Your
Okay.
furry pornography is for everyone to see.
Okay, so this is an animation by Joe Cat, and it's describing completely straight sexuality. This is a straight man, and he likes girls. All right, he likes women. He likes all types of women. Okay, and it just everyone said this was queer or this was gay somehow, and it's like, well, how is this gay though? What makes it gay? And you realize it's the aesthetic. It's how it's drawn. It's the colors used. It's how he describes the women. It's like that's not actually gay, but now it's gay coded. So this is considered straight homosexuality using queer theory terms.
Straight homosexuality. Only you, Dev. Only you could come
Well, I
up with
think-
such a term.
A big part of it is that it feels kind of like cucked to me. Like it feels like he's like insecure almost about his own attraction to women. And so like his way of justifying it or making it like acceptable is to queer it with this by wrapping it in these like aesthetics of queerness. He like makes it non-threatening. And
Yeah.
that is really the feeling that I get watching a lot of media is that like there's a fear about like expressing male sexuality in any kind of honest way. And so it has to be kind of disguised or warped. And the result a lot of times is that like you end up with like quote unquote male sexuality, but it's like so watered down that the actual depth of that experience doesn't get properly expressed.
Yes. So if you have like traditional male straight sexuality, you have someone who's very masculine, who's attracted to someone who's quite feminine, and he's generally the one in charge. He's the one who's a bit domineering. He's the top in the relationship, and this has its positive and negative aspects, right? Because you can be like a good leader and a good husband and a good father, or you can be abusive and you can treat your partner poorly, you can treat your kids poorly. Like there is a positive and negative male sexual experience. And it seems like left-wingers are so paranoid of the negative male sexual experience that they now have to queer all positive male sexuality to make it appear some type of non-male, non-straight, even if it actually is male and straight. Is any of this
I
making
think
sense?
that's right. Yeah, totally. I want to let Arch
Close
jump
the
in
furry
because I know I've
homosexuals.
said a bunch
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah. Arch, what do you think about this? How does it all sound to you?
I think this is a lot of socialist waffle coming out of you here, Dev.
Well, okay, fine.
Wow.
But nonetheless, do you get what's being said here though? You get it?
I do, and I think this is... See, okay, here's the thing as well. The bigger like picture here is how this has affected society, because if this was merely just contained within the context of entertainment in and of itself, there would be no reason to be afraid of it. There would be no reason for anyone to codify their sexuality in this kind of overt performative way. But this isn't just that. Like, this is a political ideology. It's a definition of good versus bad. See, again, I have genuinely grown quite full of admiration of Gramsci and what he actually made, the beautiful subtlety of his goddamn manipulation on every level. Where we've now created an environment where, as you say, people call themselves queer. And this has nothing to do with their sexuality necessarily. It is a performative signal of your belonging to the overall movement and the zeitgeist. It's a please don't bully me. It's like wearing the fucking armband in 1930s Germany.
Exactly.
And this is also what makes the left-wing Puritanism so much more effective and dangerous, because a lot of people also do tend to forget. Let me put up a far more pleasing aesthetic image here for a second. Back in the day, Baywatch was controversial.
And it's just girls in bathing suits, and they're not even
I have
bikinis; they're like one
lost.
pieces.
Yeah, and not even just girls either. This was the perfectly equalitarian, sexualized television show. David Hasselhoff, the naked men, running around, bouncing, oiling themselves up. This was just
Heresy's the question.
sexualization
Fire
on
is the
display for men and for women, and this was deeply, deeply controversial. And it was looked down upon. It's like, oh, you don't watch Baywatch? It's terrible trash. Don't you understand? It's ruining your morals. And yet, it was the most popular show at the time, to the point where a funny story is in Iran, of all goddamn places, a slightly conservative place even at the time, right? They were people who had satellite television sold the tickets to their neighbors to come watch Baywatch in their house.
That
Wow.
actually sounds pretty wild.
Yeah.
That does sound pretty wild.
Like, it was actually mad. And this was kind of like the bleeding edge of the era of non-conservatism, non-leftism, like the beginning era of openness.
Mm.
And there was nothing political about it whatsoever. It was just, and it was dumb. It was dumb as hell. Like, it literally was just, half-naked dudes and women in bathing suits. And it appealed to the lowest possible common denominator in that regard. But it was also weirdly refreshing, because nobody forced you to watch Baywatch. Yeah,
I have lost.
There was no political ideology here. There was no... Like, if anything, it probably made you a little bit of a social outcast if you were like, oh, yeah, I watched Baywatch yesterday. Like, oof, you pervert,
Yeah, I think that's right. Something that's also striking to me about Baywatch is the way in which the men and women, they're conventionally attractive, and they're conventionally attractive in a way that is like very gender conforming. So like the men are beautiful, like strong men with like these chiseled jaws and bodies and whatnot. And the women are, these blondes with like curvaceous bodies. And this is something that I feel like you get a lot more in older media, where you have this like
Heresy's the question.
genuine kind of like
Fire is the
celebration
answer.
of human beauty. And this is something that like you see in Starship Troopers too, where like, everyone in that cast for the Verhoeven movie is like so beautiful. And I think there's something about beauty that just like transcends the message, and it makes the kind of like making fun of fascism or like making fun of militarism that Verhoeven's going for in a way kind of fall flat, because you have this like beautiful society that is like post racial difficulty and like post crime, and everyone's like attractive and intelligent and whatnot. So like the idea that you're critiquing this society, it kind of falls flat. And I think it speaks to the fact that like there is something about genuine love of beauty and like genuine love of eros that is, everyone can recognize like some value in it. And so even when we engage in sexuality today, it tends to be like the Baldur's Gate sexuality, where it's like, oh, wacky, there's like a, you're having sex with like a bear. But it's just like, it's degenerate, and there's a place for degeneracy, right? But like, I think that if you want to be degenerate looking at like your house and bear, whatever, go off. But it's a tragedy when we've lost also celebration of like beauty in a more conventional sense.
Yeah.
The generation
when it's only
is
degeneracy,
absolutely part
yeah.
of it. Yes, because that is kind of what makes it acceptable today, to add in that degeneracy. It's the meme when they announced they showed the they showed the bear sex scene to a room of journalists, and everyone claps like seals. Like, really? Is that the first reaction?
Yeah, but okay. So this maybe gets into another topic, like the lolly thing, right? Because
Hold on.
If
We're
you-
jumping topics too quick.
well, it's related to the bear thing, right? Because like
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead.
this is something that people brought up with the bear scene, is that like having sex with an animal, obviously very bad, disgusting. But like you understand within the game, this is really just Halcyon. It is really just like this fully adult, like, cognizant human being. And so suddenly you have like very progressive kind of like game journalist types who are like defending it, but they're defending it with the exact same logic and arguments that you have like lolly people defending their stuff with, which is quite interesting to see that suddenly turned on its head.
And yes, chat, I will only show you pictures of David Hasselhoff because, duh.
Yeah, I mean, the argument for both of them is basically just, this is what I'm into. I'm not hurting anyone, so you should leave me alone. That seems to be the argument for both of these things, right? And those are both vicious arguments. You know what I mean? Where it's like you're not doing anything good here, but you're enjoying a vice, and it's like, well, okay, fine, you know. And there's times and places for you to enjoy vices, and then times and places where you shouldn't.
Yeah. I will say personally, one of these vices, it definitely like triggers my like emotional like disgust response more so than the other one.
Which one is
but,
which?
Yeah.
So hold on. Which do you approve? Which do you disapprove of more? Animal fucking or child fucking?
The Halcyon thing does not trigger my disgust response in the same way that like Lolly does.
Yeah.
And
It's probably the case for most people, I think.
yeah, definitely. Which is something that I think we should probably save for like later. Because it's kind of a tangent, but yeah, we can definitely talk about that.
So one thing that I realized while you were talking about this is you mentioned that the modern progressive writing of sexuality it's degenerate, but it's also unserious, right? There's no emotional stakes to it generally. It's just kind of goofy. You're having sex with a bear, right? Yeah. And then I realized, it's unserious in the same way that all millennial writing is unserious. Because if you watch a show that's made nowadays and there's a tense scene, someone has to crack a joke in it, right? Someone has to say, well, that happened. Someone has to like they can't just let the seriousness be for a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
That's also seen in the romance, though, because one of the weird things with Baldur's Gate 3 is you get to the romance very quickly and a little bit abruptly. The romance part itself can be quite short. It's apparently been made better now after they fixed the bug that made the NPCs particularly horny. But like the thing with a romance relationship in games, it should be a long-term thing. It should be the culmination of the quest, not something that happens at the end of Act 1.
Yeah, I mean, Mass Effect did that correctly, because you could be dating a character all throughout Mass Effect, but the sex scene happens right before the final level.
Yeah.
Like on the eve of battle, you know?
Because there is supposed to be a romance in there, but, see, this is one of the weird, like, things of the left. Because on the one hand, you have the good old-fashioned, like, free the nipple, and on the other you have don't object my body stuff, right? Where you have, and kind of, how do I put it? A big part of the left to begin with, in its opposition to conservative Christianity, was the opposition to prudishness. That was one of its main moralizing points. Like, hey, we're not prudes like those guys are. We're for freedom and liberation, all of that stuff, right? And yet now we've turned that all on its head again, where you can't really have the romance portion of it. Now it needs to either be platonic or overtly sexualized, usually in some degenerative way. It seems like neither, like, because Christianity put too much emphasis on just the purity of the relationship and the left too little, and there doesn't seem to be a break we can pull in the middle here at some point.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, I think a lot of that is just trying to avoid seriousness, right? So when it's a serious scene, they will crack jokes in it. When it's a serious relationship, they can't have that. It has to be either platonic or sexual, right? So it's avoiding actually being serious about something, which I think is honestly the hallmark of millennial writing.
Yes.
Sorry, it's our generation. We fucked it up. Sorry, guys.
There is...
Well, I think...
Yeah, continue, Doctor.
Okay, well, I think that progressives, they continually wield cynicism as a weapon. And you see this like early on with like progressive comedians, like Jon Stewart, like very effectively wields cynicism as a weapon. And in general, I think that cynicism can be a very effective weapon against institutions or established ideas. To like poke fun at something is a way of tearing it down. And that can be great when that thing is like genuinely oppressive or evil or whatever. I mean, even, the great like atheist thinkers also wielded like a kind of wit and cynicism very well. But I think the problem is that like progressives, once they're in charge, that cynicism becomes kind of a parody of itself, where they no longer have a big enemy to fight. They're no longer the little guy. And so they just continually kind of like self-cannibalize or make fun of, things. They never allow for a moment of seriousness because that seriousness would require them to maybe take seriously their own ideas and question them. But failing that, they just end up with these kind of empty, hollow scenes where they refuse to deeply engage with anything.
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely.
avoidance.
I think that's why the right wing is kind of ascendant right now, is because for all of the right wing's other faults, they are willing to be serious, and they're willing to offer you something other than hollow cynicism.
There's
Say,
also
no, there actually is something important here that you should be mindful of. You do actually have duties. You do actually have responsibilities. They're offering you something more than just nihilism. Even if to the millennial mind, it might come off as corny or something. It's still something that, at least for some part of your life, you definitely need.
The exploration of it. So another subject I was going to bring up today, which I think fulfills this as well, is back in Buffy, there was one of the very first lesbian relationships in that show. That was very rare back then, between Willow and Tara. And this was a big controversy the first time they kissed. They'd been dating for like a year at that point, like for an entire season and a half, I think. Like they'd built this up like nobody's business. Wow. And there were outcry over the lesbian kiss. But what was so interesting about this was that it wasn't just a lesbian kiss. It wasn't just like, oh, hey, two hot lesbians, look at them, they're having sex or something. No, it was a relationship. It had more. And as you kind of say, like there's an embarrassment that comes with that. If you start to take your own ideas seriously, you kind of begin to almost mock them in a certain regard. Like you become embarrassed to put it forward in a way.
Yeah, I think if you take the idea seriously, that involves also expressing it in a way that can be criticized. So a lot of times, cynicism and humor can be a way of deflecting or shielding oneself from actually engaging with the deep subject matter at hand.
Yes, the cynicism too. I hilariously came across an article. I was trying to look up some of the old controversy around Baywatch and Buffy, but it's so fucking old you can't even find this shit anymore. Because most of it was probably in print papers rather than on the internet. But I found a modern one where Pamela Anderson, who Baywatch made her career, was complaining about Baywatch. And there was a beautiful part of it that goes like, Baywatch created an impossible standard of physical beauty. And like, it wasn't impossible. They were on screen. They were literally there. They
did look like that.
Yeah.
You were actually that person. Well, and that kind of ties back with Stellar Blade, because the Stellar Blade character, they keep saying that she's unrealistic, but she's modeled after a real South Korean model.
Yes.
Like, it's a real person doing that. That's someone's real body there.
And at that point, you've got to understand that that whole like unachievable physical perfections thing is not an actual observable reality. It's become a political tool, kind of. It's become a way to not engage with the uncomfortable truth that even if you're a land whale, not everyone is.
Or you could not be a land whale. Like you could actually yearn for beauty and try to achieve that in your life. But by pretending like it's impossible, you absolve people from the responsibility for their own ugliness. And so much of leftism is fundamentally based around the absolvement from responsibility, the avoiding of responsibility, this kind of perpetual adolescence. And you really see that with the inability to grasp or recognize that, beauty exists and it can be wonderful.
Well, here's the thing. I'm now going to take up the mantle, Taftaj, of a person that I'm sure that you've heard from many times before, which is the leftist non-passing trans woman who says that you have passing privilege. And it's very easy for you to make these comments because you don't understand what it means to actually be somebody who is not the ideal body type. I'm sure you've heard that before many times, right? And the issue is like on some level they're correct, because there are going to be some things about yourself that are not beautiful that you can't fix. and that's simply how it is.
Also,
However,
Dev, for the point of
Yeah?
order, could you explain your socialist terminology slightly more?
What, passing privilege?
Yes.
So passing privilege is something that's in the trans community where basically the ones who pass and look like cis women, they have more privilege in the intersectional hierarchy than the trans people who don't pass and they just look like men in dresses. So there's passing privilege, right? And generally, what you'll find is that the more a trans woman passes, one, the better life she leads, generally. Two, the more likely it is that she's not a radical, some sort of like subscribe to some sort of radical politics. And three, the more likely it is that she gets attacked by other trans people for this whole thing of like, you don't really know what it means to truly be trans because you're not getting clocked every single time you go out the door, right? It's something like that. Does that sound about right, Taftaj? You know more about this than I would.
Well, yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think we should deal with like the reality here, which is, yeah, it sucks, right? So like it sucks to not be able to achieve, perfection in any realm. Like, to be honest, it sucks that I am not able to make like $1 million playing in the NBA as a basketball player. My life would be like way better if I could actually do that. Like, I'd be a millionaire. And so that would be awesome. But the reality is, like, I can't do that. And it's very easy to see how not having access to certain privileges is going to lead to bitterness because, again, to be honest, it sucks. And so I think that we should like acknowledge that, that this is, it's unfortunate, but also, I don't think it takes away from the fact that we really can strive for beauty in our lives. And it's hard, right? It's hard to lose weight, but people have the ability to do so. And I think that when we pretend like it's not possible, when we shove beauty into a corner, you shove it into the closet, you ignore it, it is really just like a way of coping. It's a way of taking that bitterness and that trauma of not feeling worthwhile or not feeling like you live up to a certain set of standards. And I don't think it's a healthy way of coping because it involves just ignoring its existence at all, pretending that it's not there. So I think a much healthier route is to like acknowledge that, yeah, like beauty exists and we have responsibility for our own beauty. And that does lead to hard things, like the hard realization that sometimes we don't live up to our own standards. But dealing with that pain is necessary. And we can't be afraid of any pain. We have to be willing to engage with sacrifice and pain because ultimately that is where so much of the beauty in life actually lies.
This is pretty much where I was going with it, I think. Yeah. Real quick chat. Firstly, yes, I did say cis. I did say cis woman. I will continue to use that slur because it's a slur. Saying slurs is based. You have to understand, okay? So, but also, but also yeah. So there's gonna be some parts of you that you can't change and will never be beautiful, and that's just how it is, right? And you have to learn to live with that. However, there are parts of you that you can change and could be beautiful, and they're not. And I think saying that it's basically just ignoring the problem when you say, well, I can't change any of it. It's like, well, some of it you can, some of it you can't, but some of it you can, like if you don't like your nose, well, I guess you can get like you can get like plastic surgery now, but you know what I mean, right? Like, I don't like the shape of my nose is a very different problem than I need to lose 30 pounds. One of them you can actually change, one of them you can't. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I mean, like, I will never change the fact that I'm not 6'8" and I won't be able to play in like the NBA and make $1 million. So, like, everyone always runs into these struggles where objectively, like, we just can't be perfect in every area. Like, I probably cannot be a grand master chess player. Like, I just don't have the intellect to do so. And, like, on some level, yeah, that sucks. But, like, I can recognize this and I can let go of the pain and I don't have to pretend that, like, there's no such thing as objective chess skill. And I don't have to be bitter about chess players, being shown on TV. And so I think that's really like the difference, is that like trying to hide away the fact that people differ in terms of ability and, talent and intelligence and whatnot and beauty. Like we can acknowledge that without necessarily making it a point of insecurity or, unnecessary suffering.
Yes. Yeah. Because I mean that is what they do, right? They will say, well, I'm not attractive, so you can't put attractive women into video games, or you can't put them on TV because that's objectifying. They do this sort of thing where, because they can't attain that standard, they want the standard obliterated.
Right.
But
They
it's like,
want to tear
well,
it down.
yeah, it's like, well, you can, even even though there's going to be some ways in which you never will attain it, you can still attain some of it. Like you can still do things. You're not just helpless,
Hmm.
But then for them to cast off their own helplessness, that then means that they have to accept that, oh, I've actually just been sitting in my room or in my apartment for the last 20 years of my life doing nothing but complaining on the internet, and my entire life is in a complete fucking ruin, and it's my fault. And for some people, that pill's just too hard to swallow.
Understandably, too, that's a very hard pill to swallow, very hard thing to deal with. But I think that a broader problem with progressivism, leftism, is that it's unable to confront the very real differences between people in terms of, intelligence, skill, ability, talent, beauty, and whatnot. And so it tends to like flatten everyone into the same kind of lack of distinction, the same kind of mediocrity. And that's what I think we see with media and television. This fear of beauty has led to a kind of mediocrity. It's led to like, the Spider-Man's girlfriend, like just, not being particularly beautiful,
Mary
being like
Jane looks like a mother.
downgraded.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like,
Or
why? Like, this is so unnecessary. But it's because people don't want to like grapple with the reality of the situation, which is that like beauty exists and people are different. And that's the nature of the world.
or Harley Quinn, same thing. How like the old Harley Quinn from the game 10 years ago looked so much better and hotter, but like hotter, but also just more competently created than the Harley Quinn in the new game.
Heresy's the question.
So yeah,
Fire is
there's
the
two things
answer.
happening here. One of them is the competency crisis, which is a different conversation. People just
Yeah.
aren't good at making things the way they used to be. The second one is this pathological fear of having a standard, like of male sexuality. But what's underneath that is, one, fearing negative male sexuality, and two, having a standard.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very intertwined with one another.
This is now beginning to change, however, a little bit, very slowly. And this has, in large parts, also to do with the loosening of the left's political and economic power.
Yes.
This was something that came out quite recently, and it is mostly a rumor at the moment, but taken into consideration along with a couple other things, which we'll also bring up, I'm inclined to perhaps believe it. It is that Silk has apparently kicked its entire writing staff and will be trying to focus more on a male-skewing audience. Now, Silk, for those of you who don't know, which I wouldn't be surprised, she's one of 752 fucking Spider-Man spin-off heroes at this point, is very much so a male gaze, to use Dev's terminology, kind of character. And that's always kind of been her point. A tight-fitting suit, the face cover that makes you automatically more beautiful because people can project whatever standard they want on the rest of the face. And quite sexualized as well, like professional assassin kind of stuff, dangerous woman, etc., etc. And this was originally, of course, made to be the usual progressive nonsense, where she was to reject the male gaze and be very hostile and very strong female character. But this has been tried many times now, and it doesn't sell. And if you've got ESG investors ready to simply just make up the deficit, it doesn't matter, really. But now that we are probably going to have to sell things again, it seems as if people are suddenly starting to head more towards, well, actually attractive characters again.
Yeah, that's what it comes back. I do agree with you, Arch. Yeah. I mean, in terms of video games, I don't know much about comics, so I can't talk about the Silk situation, right? But I do know in terms of video games,
I
you
can
have
give
Stellar
you one
Blade.
right there, actually. Tomb Raider
Okay.
remaster came out the other day,
Mm.
and they actually kept Lara's original appearance. Like, she's still a big-titted British blonde, and they kept all of the racismus, etc. in it as well. They did add a disclaimer, and obviously the mainstream gaming media has to be like, oh, at some points it's just racist. Oh, terrible. But they kept it in. They kept it all in. She's still a big-titted British woman. You're still fighting native enemies, shall we say. Like, this would be unheard of even just a couple of years ago. So you can... This kind of, like, leads to what I presume you were heading towards as a point.
See, I was under the impression that they did change one thing in the Tomb Raider remasters. There
Yes.
was there was a risque leather coat.
Yes, and
that
it's
they
because
took
it
out.
wasn't risque. It was straight up nude, which would mean they would have to
Oh.
slap an R18 on it, which they didn't want to. So, fair enough.
That's right. Yeah, because I think the first Tomb Raider came out before the ESRB was around. What, right?
Yep. So that one,
So-
I understand. It is a pinch of censorship, but it's either that or make it an adult game, which would be dumb.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, and everyone complains about the trigger warnings at the start, but a trigger warning and then the game intact as it was back in 1995 is probably better than having it censored.
Yes.
Definitely.
Like the trigger warning is see, here's the thing. And I called this before it even happened as well. We are going to see companies trying to thread the needle in between getting an audience that is willing to pay for their product and not being cancelled. And so they're going to have to kowtow a little bit to the powers that be. They've got to bend the knee and be like, oh, we're still on side, whilst also introducing the things that people want to pay for. And this is going to be a bit of a delicate dance for quite some time. And if that bending the knee is putting a little black screen at the beginning of the game going, we take a firm stance against all of the racism and sexism we've included in the video game, then fine.
Yeah, it's
fair
definitely
enough.
interesting. I hope that this is a direction that's going to last and we're going to see more freedom in artistic expression and celebration of female beauty.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Lies of P, another Korean game, they had female characters in there. They were interesting, but they were also cute, right? They didn't make them look weird or anything. You look at even Elden Ring, like everyone simps for that blue skinned witch and stuff, and it's like it seems like they are willing to do things in Korea and in Japan that the West is no longer willing to do when it comes to just presenting attractive people. And it's refreshing that they haven't been completely cucked and subverted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this has to do with the fact that they're behind us culturally as well, because they're currently in the act of cucking.
Yeah, Japan is. It's starting to come there now, and it's like, no, don't touch the anime waifus. Don't
Yep.
do it.
So
Yeah, there's like the walking away movement in Korea as well, where women are just going like, it's like their version of like men going their own way, except it's women.
Women going their own way.
Yeah.
They're becoming like female separatists.
we're going to end up in a universe where manga is progressive and Western entertainment is based, and it'll be weird, but that's where we're heading.
It'll be weird.
Yeah, that'll be crazy.
Hold on. There's something else I want to get into here, and now I've forgotten it. Shit. Let me think for a minute.
There's definitely a lot of places we can go, but I want to.
Oh, okay. No, I remember this, right? Because when you and I started talking about this a few weeks ago, Taj, you said, I thought this was just old people saying that their generation was better, like every generation does. But you said you went back and you watched, of all things, you watched Heroes from 2007.
Yeah, I watched Heroes and I was losing my mind watching it.
How come you were losing your mind watching Heroes? Because here's the thing. I remember Heroes from 2007. There was an era of shows that came out. It was Lost, Prison Break, Heroes. It was those types of shows where they're like, we're going to bring back a show that actually has an ongoing story beyond just one episode, because that kind of reigned in a lot of normie TV in the 90s. And Lost kind of brought it back, and then you had Heroes and Prison Break. And then that trend culminated with Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones. which got their start at the end of this era, right? So,
Yeah.
and then after that, like as Game of Thrones went on, it turned to shit, obviously, right? So you can see the transition into terrible TV in real time. But you were watching Heroes of all shows, and what did you think of that?
I mean, Heroes is like so goofy in so many ways, and it's like very much a product of its time. You can definitely see like, oh, this is where there was supposed to be a commercial break, or like every episode it has to start with like a 5 minute like recap of everything that is like it's like just built into the structure of the writing where all the characters are like, "Ah, remember when we did that thing yesterday?" And it's like we get a flashback and it's like, okay, this is obviously like in a different era when people didn't have the ability to watch things just from start to finish. You had to have all of these little things. So it very much feel its age in the structure. One of the areas that you also feel its age is just in the way that it depicts everything. So we've talked about, female beauty. That's part of it. Like you just have beautiful characters in that show in a way that you just don't have in like modern television. Like you can definitely tell that people are cast with an eye specifically towards how they look that just would not fly. And then they're put in these situations which would just not fly. So like one of the main arcs in this show is this woman who is like she's like a e-girl, like I guess that's a modern term. She like strips online and her like superpower is that she's like mentally like haunted and she has like this alternate personality from like trauma in her life and her like dad beating her and she's like dating this black guy who's like a convict and was in jail and she has this little like mixed child and literally everything about it would be like pretty much every detail of this plot line would be like a cancelable offense in terms of how it's portrayed. And yet, their ability to just like portray someone who is like in sex work and she is like mentally haunted by her trauma, it's refreshingly honest because it like honestly portrays the difficulties of this like single mom and everything she's gone through. And I think that that is something that we miss a lot in modern television is the inability to confront the real realities of taboo topics or of, minority classes. Like that show deals with everything. It deals with, like drugs and it deals with like the experiences of being an immigrant. And so much of it could come off as like kind of racist today. Like I think this like Indian guy, is like being there's like something about him being like a cab driver or, having a job that is like very stereotypical of Indian immigrants at that time. And that kind of thing is like very hard, I think, for progressive writers to play with because the culture is just like, it's not conducive to making mistakes in any way. And so the safe thing to do is to just write the most, bland interpretation of these stories possible. And so going back and seeing people like actually try and actually put themselves out there and maybe write stories that are a little bit cancelable, that was so refreshing.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. I completely agree with you. And here, the situation with me is, I did something similar as well because I'd never seen the show House before. So I went back and watched House with my girlfriend. We got through all the seasons, and I remember seeing the earlier seasons. I think it was like 2005. The first season took place, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
this is a good show. It's an interesting show. It's definitely dated. They have like older technology, House is playing like on like a Nintendo DS or a Game Boy Advance in like the first season. Like it's old stuff, but they are willing to have certain plot lines and make certain jokes and say certain things that would be
Mm-hmm.
cancelable today, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is it's refreshing to see them actually tackle something without a bunch of different disclaimers and without a bunch of like parroting progressive talking points. They just talk about the event, and they
Mm-hmm.
just talk about the issue, right? It's like wow, yeah, things actually were different back then. And see, this is something that I know. because I lived it, and Arch, you know it because you lived it. But Taftaj, when Heroes came out, you were what, like 7? When House came out,
Yeah.
you were 5. So like
Yeah.
you didn't. So it seems like Zoomers like you, they only know the bland progressive slop that is put out there, where you can't actually write a story about a single black mother who is having a problem. She has to be girl bossing it the whole time, right? You can't
Exactly.
actually have an Indian cab driver. That's too racist, And things
It's
are
too
so
cliche.
restrictive now. Yeah. Things are so restrictive now in what's being written.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
it was very different too, and the worst part is Heroes is a shit show. God
Yeah,
damn,
it's not
terrible
even
show.
like good
It's not even
in so many
House
ways.
is better than Heroes for sure. Yeah.
House is better, but there was also, like you say, they were willing to touch on so many more things, like because the progressive argument that we'd never had like representation center always rung hollow because we always did have it to a degree. In many cases, there were necessary steps like Fresh Prince, which I always bring up on this, but even like House, I think it's in season 4. They literally tell him that you have to build a more diverse staff because we're getting lawsuits. And so he just gets a room full of people, which he gives numbers to. And it's like, you, black guy. You, pretty woman. You, Indian guy. Get me a coffee. Stuff like that. And that is perfectly in line with House's character because he's an enormous asshole. And it also introduces the dreaded representation as 13 is, I believe, remember, lesbian or bisexual, at least I think.
She's bisexual. And well, the thing is that they spend an entire season of the show. One, you never learn her name. She just goes by 13 even long after the numbers are gone.
Oh yeah.
It becomes like a nickname that just stays. However, also they tease her sexuality the whole time where she won't talk about it. And she makes a few like offhanded comments that make you think she might be lesbian or she might be bi, but you don't really know. And they just like string you along with it for the entire season.
And that also has
like
to do
eventually
with
confirmed later, yeah.
with her character because she's the hot character, the teasing character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can't do that nowadays.
you can't
Sex
do
doesn't
that
work at all.
nowadays. And all of this,
Here's the
like,
thing. Here's the thing, though, Arch. Nowadays, every female character would be bi. They would be openly bi. They would be obnoxiously bi, and they'd also probably be ugly too.
yes, but it'll be in the trucker lesbian kind of style.
Right, or just like super butch or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, you see that in cartoons too. And I think that like it goes back to this fear of like male sexuality. Like you don't want the women that you're portraying to be like beautiful in a way that men are going to find beautiful. And I think a big part of this is just like it's the wake of the Me Too movement and this kind of reevaluation of male-female relationships. They don't want to potentially end up in a situation where they could have a beautiful woman that is like inviting the male gaze because now the male gaze is, scary and we can't deal with it as a culture.
Yeah, because it's become a virtue signal thing. Like you can't do it because it's dangerous, which has led to just objectively worse entertainment. Like the Orville. I don't know if you've seen that. I'd actually recommend the Orville. It was a brief moment of not that happened on the television for a very short period. It was a very low budget, old school Star Trek-y style show with one of the guys who used to write Star Trek, I think. And it had a very stumbling first season because it couldn't take itself seriously either. It has a nice, diverse, and attractive cast, weirdly enough, and it tried to play it up as just a funny ha-ha show, when in reality it was better Star Trek than mainstream Star Trek. And they needed like 2 seasons. That was probably what killed the show after the 3rd season, to realize that they needed to fucking shove it with the joke and just be a good show.
You see, I completely disagree with you, Arch. 100%.
Definitely wrong again.
Sorry. So I don't know how much you know about Star Trek, Taftaj, but the Orville was basically Seth MacFarlane saying, "I want to make a Star Trek show," because he grew up with Star Trek and he grew up with the Next Generation from the '80s and he loved it. So he's like, "I want to make Star Trek," and they were like, "Listen, you got to do Family Guy," and he's like, "How about this? You give me the budget to do a Star Trek parody, and I'll do more Family Guy." And they're like, "Deal." So he makes the Orville. And the first season of
Service
The Orville
guarantees
is
citizenship.
just a Star Trek comedy.
Yes.
And if you love Star Trek, which I do, it's hilarious. It's really funny. It's great. It's amazing. It's so good the first season. But then as the seasons go on, he's like, I want to do real Star Trek. I don't want to be a comedy show anymore. I want to be like an actual sci-fi show. And as a sci-fi show, I'm not sure if it's all that good. Like without the comedy, I think it needed the comedic element. And so by like season 3, it was kind of running on fumes, you know? This is my
Wow.
opinion.
You're completely wrong. It's incredible. It's remarkable. See,
But either way, well, even when we disagree with on this, Arch, we both recognize that the fact that it was it was made by a person who genuinely loved Star Trek,
Mhm.
and he could be, and as a true fan of it, he could put it together and be like, okay, this is not just cynicism. This is actually a labor of love for him, and you can tell.
There's
Even
some
when
heart to it.
yes, there's real heart to it. So even when it gets into the seasons that I don't like and that Arch you think are the best ones, you can still tell that Seth MacFarlane loves Star Trek.
See, that is the thing. Like, 'cause, that might be the difference because I've never been that big of a fan of Trek. Like, I've always viewed it as like because I'm a 40K guy at heart, you know. So I viewed the joking parody part of Trek, and I was just sitting there, and the jokes were not landing for me at all. And a lot of the jokes were just really bad as well. Like they did a joke on video games. The main character's wife cheats on him because the alien has pheromones or something, and they do a whole thing like that. And it's just I was really bored. And then they do an episode where they talk about something a little bit more serious, like the planet where everyone votes on social media to fucking rewire people's brains. And
Oh
suddenly
my
I'm like,
god, that was
okay,
actually a good episode. Yeah, that was a good
that's
episode.
interesting. Can we explore this more? And it's one episode, and then no. Let's go back to making fart jokes with the dumb gray gooey Jello alien.
So I enjoyed that too, though. Like that was actually also a fun episode because it was basically like, hey, you know how socialists always say we just want more democracy, guys. We should vote on everything.
Service
That was the
guarantees
planet where they did it,
citizenship.
where every single decision was voted on by just like mass voting. And it's like, it's just everything was direct democracy. And it's like, do you want this person to be punished for this? Everyone cast your votes, and then the guy gets like lobotomized. It's fucking horrendous.
Yep.
But it was a good
Crazy.
episode though.
Everyone goes around with little up and down vote tokens on them, and if your ratio gets too bad, they drag you off to socialist gulag to fix you.
Yep, it was a good episode. But in any case, though, I did like the Orville. Even when it got more serious, I still liked it. I just thought that the comedy was better.
See, I actually quite like the serious stuff because there was relatively cliche, you know, the killer robots. They did a scene on transgenderism, etc., and a lot of it was well done. But I felt like the first season severely undermined it because they were still trying to be a little funny here and there, and it was a terrible mix. Like funny and serious is a very difficult combination to get right, and it didn't
Hard to
do
pull off.
either one any favor.
So, I know earlier, Taftaj, you brought up Starship Troopers. Is that because we are now on like the yearly Starship Troopers discourse on Twitter?
Yeah, exactly. It's been, yeah, I guess there's been a lot of discourse about the movie lately on Twitter. I'm just scrolling through Twitter passively, and I see like 2 posts immediately about it. I posted about it a few days ago. So I think we're in the era.
Starship
Yeah.
Troopers is based. Robert Heinlein was correct, and I can't wait for the revolt of the veterans.
You're so right. Yeah, that book is so based in so many ways.
It's a great book. The only bad part about it is that it just kind of suddenly stops. It's just like, oh, what happens next? Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's about the actual story. It's about the classroom conversations where it's like Heinlein's kind of getting up on a soapbox about militarism. That's what it seems to be really about. But yeah, so if you this happens if you're ever on Twitter chat, this is what goes on. All right, there's some leftoid out there who says right wingers have zero media literacy because they don't understand that the movie Starship Troopers is a critique and parody of the fascism that they love, and it's like that is technically correct, but also very wrong when you really dig down into it because the director of the movie did not read the book that he was adapting. And also because even though it is a critique and parody of fascism, it's a very, very bad one. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it
the director
totally
said,
falls flat.
the director said, I want to critique fascism with Starship Troopers, and he completely failed at doing so.
Well, the beauty of it is that the guy writing the screenplay actually understood the book, because the book is not fascistic in the slightest. And so you've actually got the book's overall thesis presented relatively well in the movie, but with the fascistic styling of the trench coats, etc., which creates this very weird disconnect amongst a lot of people. This is why a few years ago there was the huge boom. Everyone was like, Starship Troopers is a fascist movie, blah, blah, blah. And there was 100 videos on this. And only slowly, caused largely by Sargon, I will give him credit for that, the counter movement began that actually started looking into it, and now it's like a point of conversation where every few years everyone brings up the arguments like, look, but Perverhoven said it was. I'm like, yeah, but look at what's actually in it. It's not fascistic.
I think this comes up with Fallout New Vegas too, where like there's a sense in which when you critique certain ideas, when you critique good ideas, ideas with genuine merit and with some genuinely compelling piece to them, the better you critique them, the more true they seem. And when you present a world that is like clean and orderly and it functions well and the people in it are beautiful, and then you're like, haha, isn't this so terrible? It just falls flat.
I have lost.
And it's very funny to see like far lefties coping about this, where they're like, oh, don't you know like the true intention of this? And it's like, yeah, whatever. Like, you know, your true intention is to like cast it in the worst light, but you end up totally failing because in presenting it in any level of honesty, you end up showing how much more beautiful things could be, and it totally destroys the intended message, which I think is awesome.
So Arch just brought up my contribution to this latest round of Starship Troopers Twitter discourse. Here, Arch, how about you read off my leftist meme, Arch? Go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Nope.
Read the three positions.
Nope.
Okay, here, I'll read them, okay, guys? So, the low IQ position is, haha, Starship Troopers is a fun action movie. And then the midwit position is, no, don't you see it's a satire meant to critique fascism? And then the high IQ position is, the world described in Starship Troopers is not fascist, but it's a form of civic democratic Greco-futurism where the vote is earned through civil service, ensuring that those who engage in politics are motivated not to destroy it for their own personal gain. The core idea of the book is that diplomacy can't work when you're faced with an enemy that is hell-bent on destroying you, and all negotiation must be underpinned by the threat of force in order to be effective. The director of the Starship Troopers movie tried to make it a satire of fascism and failed because he didn't read the book. And that's pretty much the whole thing. That's the whole conversation in a nutshell, I think.
Sad Rico
Yeah, that is
there
quite
for the
good.
left-wing meme. But no, like, it's also because a lot of the ideas presented in Starship Troopers just doesn't jive with the modern day brain, because we've worked ourselves into a very specific mental spot where we view humanity and its philosophy in a very black and white sort of way. And so when somebody comes along and simply says, no, violence is the supreme authority, there is no arguing with that. It's an absolute functional truth.
question.
But your
Fire is
modern
the
day
answer.
brain goes like, but we are more civilized than that. We have democracy enforced by whom? The police. What did they use? Violence.
Yes, exactly, right. And that's the thing is like this is something that progressives, like liberals, once understood, and some still do, and progressives have completely abandoned. It's the idea that you can have all of the good things that liberalism has brought us, right? Like you can have the human rights, and you can have the negotiation, you can have the democracy, but at the end of the day, there has to be some force underneath it all that holds it all together. Because if you're not willing to, whatever standard it is that you set, if you're not willing to enforce it against people who are interested in coming in and destroying it, then you will just be destroyed. Like you have to have some threat of violence, even if it's only defensive. It has to be there. You can't just be weak.
And you know why like liberals are unwilling to engage with that, it's because, and by liberals I mean like progressives, you of course totally sensible and centrist and brilliant and
Sensible
truly
centrism.
liberal, yeah. But I think the reason why these lefties can't engage with that is really this like inability to engage with pain and the fact that the world is a very painful, harsh place, and that pain avoidance, it gets manifested in the unwillingness to engage with like violence as the fundamentally, the
Service
fundamental
guarantees
force
citizenship.
underpinning all hierarchy and all governmental relationships.
Yeah. And as soon as you understand this, a lot of the various lefty takes on a whole wide range of topics kind of fall into place, right? Like
Mhm.
if you talk about somebody who if you walk into a conversation about like home defense, right?
Yeah.
And you see the lefty take where it's like you can't shoot the robber who's broken into your house because human lives are more important than property, right? Once you realize that this is that what underpins all of this is the rejection of force because they don't want to view the world as a fundamentally evil place. Um, you can see how they've come to that position.
Service
Like
guarantees
all
Well-
of these
citizenship.
all of these very disconnected lefty takes, they're all joined up at this one location.
I think you did a video recently about like the lefty exercise meltdown on Twitter, right?
Yeah, the fat
I think
activists.
this is another element of this where there's this fear of any kind of pain or sacrifice, and that leads to like it leads to people being like, I can never exercise because like I'm whatever excuse. And fundamentally these excuses are just a way to like avoid the temporary pain of exercise that would actually bring so much meaning to their life. And so it doesn't have to be exercise, but like
I have lost.
it's the trigger warnings, right? Where it's like the fear that you might see something racist, right? And the inability to cope with that leads to people putting the trigger warnings in front of things. And the irony of all of
Service
this
guarantees
is that
citizenship.
it leads to people who are unable to cope emotionally with the reality of the world. And maybe we opened this talking about suicides and how like it seems like teen suicides were lowest at the peak point when they were being called slurs in COD lobbies. Maybe there's something to that, which is when you engage with difficult things and you come out the other side, you develop a sense of anti-fragility. You realize that no, I actually can engage with the world. And even though the world is harsh and dangerous, that's okay because I can be resilient in the face of that. And
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
yeah, just not being able to handle that is a big problem.
So I've always been like a golden mean guy. It comes with being a centrist. Always go for the golden mean. The golden mean here is that you can definitely be in a situation where you receive so much abuse that you just crumple and like it's way too
Absolutely.
much. But then there's also a situation where you receive so little abuse that the minute that you even experience a single drop of hardship, you also crumple. Right?
Mhm.
There's obviously a middle ground here where you need to engage with difficult things that are going to stress you, but that you could actually overcome. You have to
Exactly.
like there's a flow state for this, you know?
Yeah, the key part of that is you have to survive. You have to come out the other end and be like, oh, okay, I can survive this. That needs to be the takeaway. Because, yeah, if it destroys you, hard to learn from.
Yeah. I think that all my videos right now are talking about this sort of thing. I'm kind of circling this topic because I did a video maybe 3 or 4 days ago called "Demonizing Strength," and there was another
Yes,
Twitter
yes.
another. Did you see that one?
I didn't, but now I'm going to have to watch this because this seems so in line with like the things that I'm thinking
Yeah.
about.
So there was a bit of lefty Twitter discourse. Let's see. I'll just pull it up real quick, where somebody went viral for saying this is what they said. Okay, they went viral on lefty Twitter and they got completely shredded by other lefties. They said, if you're a leftist, you need to be working out 4 to 5 days a week and learning self-defense. You need to be organizing with your neighbors. You need to be organizing in your local community. You need to be building up food sovereignty. There's no excuse not to do something to strengthen your body daily if you want to be a communist revolutionary. So this is a person who's very far left, and they're 100% interested in being that that lionized Soviet individual. You know, you see the art, like the communist artwork,
Mhm.
where there's like these big strong workers with the sledgehammers and they're like
It's so
smashing the
good.
chains of capitalism. You know,
The
he's like,
Soviet
listen,
futurism.
yeah. It's like, if you want to be a leftist revolutionary, you have to be that guy. You can't just sit around. And every leftist on the internet came out and shredded this guy and said, "You're
Mhm.
being ableist. We can't do that. We're all victims." And like this guy got completely fucking destroyed. Like he was driven off the internet basically for having this take. And I realized, like, I was examining, I was going through all of it, and I realized that when you look at what, let's say, an anarchist leftist, like an anarcho communist or something, when they present what is their highest moral good, it's
Mhm.
just the opposite of what fascists want, even if it's irrational. You know what I mean? So, for example, like a good. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna choose my words carefully. I'm about to praise the fascists, so I want to choose my words very carefully here. Okay, so if for example, um, one of the values that a fascist would have is discipline, right?
Yeah.
Other politics have that value as well, but a fascist would say no. One of the things that we value is discipline. So these guys, they say, well, we can't. If you're disciplined, it's fascist. So we can't be
Mhm.
disciplined, right? And you see this, like, if you just look up "discipline is fascism" on the internet, just that phrase, you'll see tons of lefty posts saying this exact thing, right? So they want, like, so rather than being disciplined, they're like, no, the greatest moral position is to be indulgent, not disciplined,
Mhm.
right? They let's say strength, right? No, it's actually better to be weak than it is to be strong, because if you're
Mhm.
strong, you're a fascist. uh, Fascists are masculine, so we should all be feminine. We should all feminize ourselves. You know what I mean? um, Virility, the fascists loved virility, so we're all gonna be impotent. This is actually a very interesting one, because if you read some fascist political theory, they value reproduction but not pleasure. So like
Yeah.
the ideal fascist sexuality is where you have a virile man and a submissive woman, and they have sex and procreate, and they make new soldiers and new workers, but they have no pleasure in it. Meanwhile, the ideal anarchist sexuality is like the
It's like
the
bonobos.
genderless blob who has sex with everyone and anyone that they can, and is just constantly indulging in pleasure but never actually reproduces. So they are complete opposites in this regard. And I realized, like, a lot of the stuff that the very far lefties say, this is what's moral, this is the ideal, this is what we must be. It's simply just whatever the opposite of what the fascists want is. And I think that's out of some pathological fear. Like, fascism is bad, obviously, but you have, like, anarchist leftists who pathologically fear fascism to the
Sorry,
point of
there goes
irrationality.
Bot's take again.
And I think it's because they know, or at least subconsciously, they must know that fascism comes out of their politics. So they're like trying desperately to be like, no, we have to be the complete opposite of what they are. We can't have anything in common with them. We have to, like, castrate ourselves and be weak fucking losers and never do anything. Otherwise, we'll be fascist. And that's why they call everything fascist. So there you go. That was the TLDR of that 20-minute video. I just spoiled it for you. Sorry.
See, I think there's an excellent point to be made here for fascism. We need to return to the Greco-Roman ideal, where women are there merely for procreation, merely for birth. Love can
This is the
only be
balance.
experienced between intellectual equals, men.
Men are for sex, women are for pleasure. Is that what we're gonna do?
No, no.
No, other way around. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Reverse. Yes,
Yeah.
women
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
for sex, men are for pleasure. Exactly.
Right.
There you go. I've summarized Dev's position with more brevity.
I think that's awesome. I love it. Yeah. I mean, so much of what you're saying, it just reminds me of, like, you're saying, this pathological fear of being anything fascist. And I think also, I think blank slateism is a piece of this. There's a real fear in recognizing that there are differences between people, and
Yeah.
that, like, strength exists and beauty exists and whatnot. And so it just, there is, underlying all of it is this inability to deal with the world as it is.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, because that's why if you talk to any leftists on some of these topics, they'll say you're being a biological essentialist, and it's like, well, what the fuck does that mean? That means that you don't completely you don't 100% buy into blank slate theory. Therefore, you
Right.
think that any part of the human experience is somehow connected to biology, which makes you a eugenicist and therefore a fascist. And it's like, all right,
Mhm.
dude, like no, we very clearly have a nature, you know. You might not like what that entails. You might not like where what that implies about us, but it's true. All right. You can't simply just educate somebody to be to have the ideal political position or the ideal politics that you want them to have. Right. It's Sargon made a post recently on Twitter, and it was something like what all these various political philosophies that all call themselves socialist, even when they hate each other, because the Stalinists did not like the Nazis and vice versa. But they all called themselves socialists. So even though they were enemies, what actually binds them together? And Sargon's conclusion was basically the belief that everything in society should be controlled and managed and directed,
Mm,
and that's what makes something socialist. And it's like, yeah, there's probably something to
yeah.
that, I think.
I think there is. And lately in my own philosophy, I've really tried to deeply explore the nature of freedom as a kind of ultimate goal, what exactly that would entail. And I've very much moved in this kind of, I want to say like almost Nietzschean, but also kind of libertarian perspective in seeing freedom and the ability to like create or identify a will within yourself and then to exert that will. I think that's really the essence of what freedom is. When we say freedom, the only freedom that matters really, I think, is the ability to exert your own will. And so in my own thinking about this, I think, more and more come to see all kinds of systems that trample on an individual's will and to really, view that quite negatively. So definitely something I've been thinking about lately.
Well,
So just out
Dev,
of curiosity,
I'm glad you're
how
taking more of your political punch from Sargon rather than Destiny. That's a step in the right direction. I applaud you.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Arch.
They're both quite intelligent, to be honest. They're just both very different.
Oh,
Um,
definitely. Yeah.
but Taftaj, yeah, you when I first met you, you were like you were the big Moldbug fan, and a lot of Moldbug's writing is like post-libertarian, where basically
Hmm.
people who go down the Moldbug path, they're generally libertarians who realize that libertarianism is just non-functional, because a lot of this, like, and also anarchism in general, whether it's anarcho-communism or anarcho-capitalism, is just non-functional, because
Hmm.
you can't just have freedom, you also need security. And in fact, your freedom is bolstered when you have an orderly state, because
Yeah.
if you have a strong government that is taking care of the criminals, you are more free, right? Like that's one of Moldbug's positions, and he's like, listen, the whole
Hmm.
libertarian shrink the government thing, that can absolutely reduce your freedom. And that's kind of why, like, people who shift from libertarians to more authoritarian positions, they do so through Moldbug. And are you turning your back on Moldbug now? Like, what's the scoop?
Okay. Well, I think what you're getting at when you say that, like, a society has to have some sort of order, hierarchy, some sort of security, lack of freedom, in other words, in order to be functional. I think that's very true. That's true in a very deep way. And I think that you have this tension really between freedom and, how should I say this? Philosophically, you have a tension between freedom and happiness. And what I mean by that is that a lot of relationships that exist between people are fundamentally based on the idea that you will give up some level of freedom in exchange for some kind of security or material benefit. And you can kind of imagine, like, early in the days of human existence, people are like wandering the plains of Africa and they come across each other. And prior to interacting, they are totally free in the sense that, like, their day to day existence is solely based on whatever they will it to be. That is to say, like, there is no conscious being that is inflicting their will on like the wandering hunter. They still have to deal with, you know, nature and physical laws and whatnot, right? So they can't just like will things into existence, but they're free in the sense that they're not having another person's will exerted on them. Now, as soon as they meet each other, they're given a very interesting opportunity. And that opportunity is that they can choose to bind themselves to each other in some way. They can give up a piece of their own freedom in exchange for a relationship with the other person. So they can say, listen, I will give you my time, my expertise, my ability, and I'll watch your back if you watch mine. And this is a very simple relationship, but it does fundamentally result in giving up a piece of your freedom. You acknowledge that like some of your action is going to be based on the will of this other person. And especially if you're in a very tense situation, sometimes that will might be something that you can't have fully explained to you in the moment. You just have to like take them at their word that they are trying to help you out, and they're going to like tell you to do something, and you might need to just act on it, right? You have to give up a piece of your freedom. Now, that is something that we see played out over and over today in the modern world in dozens of different ways. I mean, if you work for a job, you are giving up a piece of your freedom. You are allowing someone to tell you what to do for a portion of the day. You are accepting that you will not be fully autonomous during that time, but that it's worth it because at the end of the day, you're going to increase your material well-being in such a way that it would compensate for the lack of freedom. And so that's what the hunters are doing. They're saying, listen, you know, I'm okay with giving up a little bit of freedom if it means surviving some, you know, like attack from a lion or whatever. Now, the problem, I think, is that when you build up these systems of interactions between people, you end up with a kind of, you know, it has so many different names. Like I think Moldbug called it like Cthulhu. These like forces between people that pull each other in different directions, which feel kind of mysterious and uncontrollable, which are ultimately depriving people of their autonomy. Like these great bureaucratic structures in government or economics,
I have
whatever
lost.
it is,
Shit.
everyone feels the pull some way. And Ted Kaczynski called it industrial society, and Moldbug called it Cthulhu, and you know, the Slate Star Codex guy called it Molech. But fundamentally, what everyone's getting at is that when you interact with people, you give up a piece of your autonomy. And that results sometimes in being, you know, told what to do or having to do things you don't want to do. And this is kind of painful, but it does result in a more materially prosperous society. So I think people have to seriously consider what is more important to them. Is it the material comfort? Or is it freedom? And frankly, I've been moving more towards believing that the freedom is the important thing. And it's okay to give up some material comfort if you get that. So this is an evolving idea for me, but that's definitely where I've been moving towards.
Makes sense to me. I mean, I've also heard like what's his fucking name? Socked on Left talk about this exact same thing. But for him, he said, you should always give up your freedom to get more material comfort every single time. It's always a better trade-off. Always.
Oh,
and
God.
and that progress is simply a series of trades where we give up a bit of freedom, get more comfort, and like I was like, no, there is a moment where it goes too far, obviously.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
But that's his position because he's a fucking socialist.
Well, I don't want to get too crazy
firstly,
with it.
Wandering the plains of Hyperborea, not Africa.
Of
Two,
course. Thank you for the correction.
they're the entire like this is one of the oldest like conversations in philosophy, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
How much freedom do you want to give up in trade for how much safety, etc. And one of the problems is that we can't actually decide anymore. Like that is probably the single biggest issue in my estimation, and it's because our government has actually failed in its duty to protect us from things that are non-governmental. Yes. Obviously, the government is a pretty big issue, and it tends to be one of the largest sources of oppression for obvious reasons. But it's also the corporations that have done a tremendous amount of damage to the fabric of our society, largely because our actual rules and regulations to control them have completely failed. Like a company like Disney, for example, having such an absolutely chokehold over our entertainment should not have happened. Like, anti-competition clause should have gone like, no, you don't get to actually buy a news organization. No, you don't get to buy that either.
Arch, more of a communist than I am.
Regulation. I'm a regulationist. A regulationist statist. I wish the state to be a crushing burden upon everyone but myself.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
well, yeah.
well, okay. What is that country in? Is it South America or whatever? Where they basically said, we're going to crack down really hard on the criminals, and everyone,
Oh,
all the
El
leftists are
Salvador?
like, you can't. Yeah. All the leftists are like, you can't do that. No, you're
Yeah.
violating human rights. But like everyone there who isn't a criminal is like, thank God we have a civilization back. We actually go
Mhm.
outside and do things. Like, and here's the thing, that can obviously go way too far, because if you start cracking down on people who aren't criminals, it's like, well, what are you doing? So there's obviously a middle ground. There's always a middle ground, but you can't simply say we are afraid. This is my message to you, libertarians. You can't simply say we are so afraid of state power we will allow criminals to run roughshod over everything because we do not want to seize power and do something good with it. What is the Napoleon quote where he said that he saw the crown of France laying on the ground, he picked it up with a sword?
Yeah.
That's the whole point of that quote, is that you can't actually have an anarchy. You can't do it.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think that what we've lost to some extent too is like a right to exit. Like, our worlds are dominated by all of these big bureaucracies and governments and corporations and whatnot. But it's very hard to actually get out of that. Like, if you're wandering the plains of Hyperborea or wherever it is, if you're in a tribe and the tribe is like not working for you, you can leave. That's not really something that we have ability to do at the
Well,
moment.
they might kill you. That's happened a few times.
Yeah, they might kill you. That's true. I mean, let's be honest. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. But like, there's this concept that like Bronze Age pervert has of like owned space. Like, everything that we exist in is owned space already. There's no ability to like go out and adventure and explore on your own. And so the result is this feeling of like real deep confinement to your geological location and the powers that be within it.
I can't say I've actually watched much Bronze Age Pervert.
Yeah, I've just read some of his books. He's got Bronze Age Mindset, and then he released another one called The Birth of Philosophy or something like that.
You are going full neo-reactionary, Taftage. That's why you left the internet and Twitch poll, because they're not ready for an NRXer.
Yeah, I think it's called Selective Breeding and The Birth of Philosophy. And it's pretty interesting. Definitely recommend reading it.
So, just out of curiosity, I know that, and you don't have to answer this if it's too personal. I know that you're in a relationship with a very far lefty. How does this work? The fact that you believe in these things and they believe in those things.
Well, I mean, it's actually a very proud relationship if you think about it, because men and women have been going in relationships where one is a crazy conservative and the other one's a crazy lefty for ages. So, I mean, I think it works because, like, fundamentally, our relationship is based on this very deep respect for each other and each other's values. And, like, you know, as much as I kind of like posture online and I'm willing to like explore difficult ideas, I am like fundamentally, I think that my personal relationships just like take such a strong precedence over things that I'm willing to negotiate something that is giving up a piece of my freedom or autonomy in order to have a positive relationship with her. So that's kind of how I see it, and it seems to work out. So yeah.
Does she force you to go to the pride parades and fly the flag? And she's like, you must.
I would go to the pride parade with her, yeah. But she has not yet, so.
Oh, okay.
Right. Shall we do some super chats? I'm sure there'll be some more topics popping up there.
Sure.
Yeah.
And in fact, the very first one is breaking news this afternoon. Putin's political rival, Alexei Navalny, was murdered in his own prison cell.
Who's
Wow.
surprised?
Yeah.
It's an
Heard about this a
accusation
little.
against the honor of the Russian Tsar there. To be fair, I don't know if there's any indication that he was murdered yet. I know he's dead, and I know that the physician, Navalny's personal physician, has not been allowed to see the body or anything. So who knows? They might be, applying some foundation to the strangulation marks. I wouldn't put it past Russia. We'll see.
Definitely crazy.
Lord of a Possum says hi, Barch, and gifts 5 ArchCast memberships. Thank you very much, Possums. Also, Dev, well, what do you think about this? Yeah, the government hasn't come. The government has in fact come out, Dev, and stated that he was not a murderer. How do you feel about this, Dev?
So Taftaj, you probably don't know this, but there's this ongoing debate between me and V that's been lasting for months now.
Oh.
Because okay, hold on. He doesn't trust governments, which I understand because he's from Romania, Eastern Europe, fall of communism. He experienced this stuff. I understand knee-jerk not trusting the government, right? Now, for me, I do not knee-jerk trust the government. However, I will read what the government says. Like I'll read a court document, I will put things together and be like, okay, well, does this seem reasonable? Does this seem reasonable? I'm not just going to dismiss what the government says out of hand. I'll take a look at it, right? But this has been interpreted as Dev is a government stooge, Dev is a statist, Dev blindly trusts everything, like a fucking like a dumb progressive, and I'm like, no, come on, guys. But that is now the argument, is that I've had this straw man position forced upon me. But
this is
it's been going on
also
for months
true,
now.
Dev, but it's also that you require the government to sign off on the ideas. Yeah.
No.
And
Okay,
so
wait,
now that the Russian government has signed off, do you agree that Navalny died an entirely accidental death whilst locked in his cell?
So Arch,
How did this come up? Like, what was the
What?
origin of this debate?
Oh, I believe that the 2020 election was real, and he does not.
Okay,
Well,
that's
the OG reason is because I
I
started
think that's
calling Dev a
reasonable
communist,
of you.
and he's
Well, no,
a communist
yeah,
now.
So if you want to go really far back, it was the joke that I am a communist because I've been reading a bunch of
Oh.
communist stuff because I want to understand the nonsense of all these ideologies.
The funny
Right,
haha.
that's me reading. Yeah, Bab. I just want to understand, guys.
I have a way to create very accurate and striking nicknames. Dev is a communist. Kibbs is a catboy femtrap. Has Breed Kibbs as his moniker. And the Deviant State, Devocrat.
The Democrats, that's
Democrat.
right. Well, also because
Service
yeah,
guarantees
it's because
citizenship.
looking over everything, all the various court filings, all the court docs, all the recounts, all the audits that I can find, I've come to the conclusion that the 2020 election was actually a real election and that Trump actually lost it. And V, no offense, I'm sure V will hear this at some point. No offense, V, but V hasn't looked into it as much as I have. And he is going off of headlines and viral Twitter threads and vibes, basically. The vibe of we should not trust the government. And it's like, fair enough. You shouldn't just automatically trust any government. But also, this disagreement has opened up into a whole bunch of other disagreements because, for example, I'll say something like, the American government is actually, even though it's had some very serious problems, it is more trustworthy than the Russian government. And so I am actually more likely to believe something when the American government says it than when the Russian government says it. And V's position seems to be that all governments
Heresy's the
are
question.
just corrupt
Fire is
and
the
there's no real
answer.
difference between them. And I'm like, no, that's not the case at all. I do actually think that there are many differences. There's differences in ideology. There's differences in culture. There's differences in what the two governments produce. There's measurable differences here. But that is the debate between us, basically.
Okay, that's very interesting to hear. Yeah, I'd have to think about that.
Heresy's the question.
And I mean,
Fire is the
my
answer.
position comes from the fact that I'm a liberal, right? And that
Right.
it's like, okay, well, liberal capitalist democratic countries, for all of their faults, do tend to be better and do tend to produce more accurate results than ones that aren't. And that just is. It just is.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that seems right to me. And it seems like something that more conservative or libertarian types need to genuinely contend with. I mean, especially in the wake of, I think, the COVID pandemic. And you see this kind of like this denial about the reality of the vaccine.
Heresy's the
And
question.
vice versa. I mean, you see
Fire is
like
the answer.
liberals who just have like delusional beliefs about COVID. I mean, they seem to like delusionally believe that masks are much more effective than they actually are based on all the data that we have. So both, tribes kind of have their own delusions. But at the end of the day, I think it looks really bad when you have this kind of like knee-jerk disregard for the possibility of any kind of truth coming from institutions. And when you're dealing with these very like life and death stakes, that is probably not a good thing, to kind of blindly reject everything. And really, I think that kind of like rejection outright of a kind of category of truth or idea is really, it leads to some of the worst and most pernicious aspects of leftism, just the inability to actually engage with reality. So, I mean, I don't know V's argument. I'm sure he'd probably state it in a different way, in a way that's like more eloquent or, more favorable to his position. But yeah, I definitely think that you have to contend with the fact that like sometimes governments are going to get stuff right.
Yep.
Statists. Surrounded by statists.
So here's the thing, right? Because Arch, you probably are, I think, closer to V's position than mine. So what would you say in V's stead? By the way, guys, like, we're all still friends. I'm not actually shitting on V, and he's done a whole bunch of videos without me being there. Like, it's fine that we talk about it like this, okay? So, Arch, what would you say to some of this stuff?
The government is a tool. It should not be trusted. It should be bound hand and foot. This is the only solution to the problem.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the
Respectful,
answer.
principled.
See?
Okay.
That is the see, that is actually the perfect government right there. The government should be bound hand and foot by the people. And then it'll constantly strive to break those bonds. Can't I oppress you a little bit and you need to sell it? No.
But Arch, you've already read. I posted you some Moldbug earlier. You've already read Moldbug's critique of that, where governments elect their own people, and that's the problem with democracy, right? Is that they will educate you to vote for them. They will import new people so that they will vote for them. There's still weaknesses here that we have to shore up.
Well, this can be solved via increased oppression.
So here's the thing, right? Because Tap, I'm sure I think you think the same way that I do on this, right? Because I've read some neo-reactionary stuff, and they have very good critiques of liberalism. And I've read socialists, and they also have very good critiques of liberalism. And even the fascists do, and the libertarians certainly do. But all of their solutions are dog shit. Like, none of their prescriptions seem to be better than what we already currently have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that part of this, going back to like this tension between like freedom and kind of materialism, is that it is very true that a liberal society in many ways is not free, right? And involves like state coercion and oppression. But it also seems to be true that giving up a certain amount of freedom is just necessary to have, I think you said earlier, like a functioning society. Like, in order to, make money, I have to go to work and I have to be okay with giving up a piece of my freedom. And that's something that like most people come to terms with as they get older, just this like fundamental fact that like, listen, I'm gonna have to give up my freedom sometime if I want material, excess. And so part of that feeds into the fact, this like liberal dominance, it's very easy to like dominate the world when your people are like producing so much. You have so much material abundance. You can tax it and convert it into war machines and whatnot. And so liberalism, perhaps not in spite of its faults, but because of them, has become so dominant. And because of them, because it has allowed people, the ability to engage in excess, it has become so powerful. But I think that there are legitimate downsides to that. The flattening of culture and life into something that is inoffensive and not harmful. You know, maybe it's good for having a workplace, maybe it's good for producing lots of things, but psychologically, you know, what is going to happen to people in the richest society, the society with the most excess in the world? Well, they're going to eat themselves to death, and they're going to put trigger warnings on everything, and they're going to become psychologically weak. And so I think that we have to acknowledge that, like, to some extent, liberalism's strengths, you know, the fact that they've dominated the world and succeeded in so many ways, it is inextricably tied to their weaknesses.
Absolute Heinleinian dominance, indoctrination of the populace into the perfect voter, binding the hands and feet of the state. This is the solution.
So
So-
now that
so?
you've said some of that stuff, Taj,
Mhm.
you don't sound like a neo-reactionary. You sound like a post-liberal.
Heresy.
Maybe
sounds
what is the
Fire is the
definition of
answer.
post-liberal?
You sound like Christopher Latch, or like oh fuck, what was his name? The Trotskyist who became a conservative and then helped out Ronald Reagan. Oh fuck. He wrote I think what was it called? He wrote
Well,
about
what is
managerialism.
Oh, James Burnham?
Yes, you sound like James Burnham.
Okay, yeah. I
Latch
mean,
and
James
James Burnham.
Burnham. James Burnham was a massive influence on me, but he was also a massive influence on Curtis Garvin. So there is
Yeah,
like a,
yeah.
a thread there for sure.
Yep. No, because I've been trying to get Sargon to read stuff by Christopher Latch because I know he would love it, but he keeps being like, "Yeah, I'll get it," and then of course never does, right? Because unless you push him into doing something, he'll be like, "This is a good idea," and then it'll disappear for like a year. That's just kind of how he is.
Yeah, I've not read Christopher Lash either, but he sounds very interesting.
Okay, so Christopher Latch, he was like a history professor or something, but he wrote a bunch of books that are similar to Burnham's. One example he pointed out is that if you live in a poor community, he used like black ghettos in America. I think he died in 91, so he's talking from up here like the 1970s or something. But this applies to any poor community. All right, you have a community that is based partially on economic need, right?
Mhm.
So if you're you have to go babysit your neighbor's kids, and you're going to do that because he is the only guy in the street who owns a ladder. So when you have to go up on your roof and fix your shingles, you'll be borrowing his ladder, right?
Right.
And also there's a guy down the road, he can fix cars, so you'll be doing favors for him because he can fix your car whenever you need it, right? So because these are poor communities that can't actually afford to do everything themselves, a community is formed around their mutual need. And it was Latch's position that along with technological progress and along with the great productive capacity of modern liberalism, a side effect of that is that it destroyed these communities because
I have
now
lost.
that everyone can buy a ladder for $50 on Amazon, have it delivered in 2 days, you don't need to maintain a relationship with your neighbor who has the only ladder on the street anymore, right?
Right.
Like, so as soon as the economic incentive was removed through massive amounts of wealth, and, for all the good that has actually done us, it removed the economic incentive to create communities. And without the economic incentive, we still haven't figured out how to recreate those communities, which is why everyone feels so atomized and so lost, and no one has friends anymore. No one the communities have been completely broken apart by our own success, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. That's something I would want to look into more for
Service
sure.
guarantees citizenship.
I mean, one thing, speaking about this, Curtis Garvin, like, he talks about the fact that the left has continually won over and over. This is kind of like it's become like a mantra for him, that like Cthulhu always swims left has become kind of a mantra for the neo-reactionary right. And I think that like a piece of this is the fact that it's not actually exactly true. And the places where it is true, I think, are the places where the left had like the providence of economics. on their side. So like the left has won pretty much every victory that involved like some sort of like economic benefit to them. So like freeing, the slaves. This would be like a massive win for the left. And it's one that just makes like economic sense. Like slavery just like does not make sense economically. Because you miss out on like all the genius of Black Americans in all the ways that they can contribute to society.
Oh, I can make a
When
counter
you-
argument for this, but I'm gonna hold it. For
Okay,
now.
interesting. Yeah, well, I would say that like slavery just doesn't make sense economically. It tends to like benefit like a small group of slave owners, but it deprives society, and there's like real externalities to the rest of society, which make I think slavery like very bad just economically, in addition to whatever moral arguments you might have against it. But in areas where the left swam against the providence of economics, they lost. So like the Soviet Union lost. And that's why I think the left has like continually won in cultural areas, but has failed economically over and over just because their economic ideas, they kind of fundamentally don't make sense. And so when we talk about the left winning, I think we're really talking about the left winning in a way that leads to the production of bigger and bigger markets, even when those have big downsides, like the loss of community. So, or the loss of freedom. So I think you're exactly right, and I think it ties into this deeper question about like why does the left win sometimes? Why is liberalism so ascendant? Well, I think it's because like material production is a pretty OP strategy.
Right. So if you do actually want to read Latch, the two books you want to read are The Culture of Narcissism, American Life in an Age of Diminishing Expectations. That's one of them. And the other one is The True and Only Heaven, Progress and Its Critics.
Ooh.
The second one's probably more important than the first, but they're both important. The second one is the one that I'm more familiar with. And it's basically the book where he outlines that there is this almost blind
Service guarantees
belief in
citizenship.
progress among people who are progressives, and even among people who are he uses the term petty bourgeois because he comes from a socialist background, even though he's a conservative. But but by petty bourgeois he means like people who run their own little small shops and run their own businesses. They don't work for like a company, right? So he says among these people, progressives and the self-employed people, there is kind of a blind belief that everything will simply get better just as a matter of course. That is just the natural course of history, that we'll keep inventing new technologies and we'll keep making things better, and the world enjoys an inexhaustible supply of increase, right? And there's some reason to believe that that's true, considering the history of the past 100 years. But there's also some pretty good reasons to believe that's not true. So he said that the main reason that people don't see that the and this isn't even an argument to necessarily stop the increased productive capacity, because we do benefit from it, but we haven't dealt with its negative side effects. And the reason that people don't see these negative side effects is because there's this blind belief that things will simply get better and it'll all just work out. But no, these things actually require effort to work out. But I recommend those two books. You should definitely go read them.
They sound super interesting. Yeah, I would love to read them, especially if you're advocating Sargon read them. I mean, seems like they're pretty important.
I put his Wikipedia page in the link channel so you can grab it and check it out later.
Cool, thanks.
To move onward again, Why You Hatin says, Hail Arch Guest and the Little Red Bridge.
Speaking of being a Little Red Bridge, I'm talking to Brianna Wu again on Tuesday.
I know. You will be the big... Dev, history will condemn you, and I will be the one to write it.
I'm going to be... I think one of the things we're going to talk about is Lolly, in fact.
Oh, boy.
Boog says, so she's part of Dev's Destiny Lovers Club. Yes.
It's true. Destiny simp.
The Destiny Lovers?
Dev gets most of his friends and political opinions from Destiny.
That's not true at all. Wait, actually, hold
Understandable,
on.
King. I support that.
Are you still his friend, by the way, Daft Edge? I know you were for a while, but I don't know where that went.
I mean, I don't talk to him that much. But yeah, I like Destiny. He's cool.
I still have like perms to go on the stream, but I'm just like I don't know how to talk about them with. It's like
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I think I'm in the same place where it's like, technically I could do this, but I don't know, I just feel weird about it.
Yeah.
Deathless Soldier, gifted 1 ArchCast membership. Thank you very much, sir. Tim Franz has been a member for 1 month. Neben lille kvinnen, I have råguden. That's correct, down with Dev. So John, Arch.
Wait. Translate that. What did you say?
Oh, down with the little woman. That's you.
That's me?
Yeah, little woman, little red bridge.
Okay.
I like little purple woman, personally. That's my favorite so far.
I mean, purple kind of makes sense because I'm both red and blue, so.
Exactly. Like, it's kind of clever in a way that I quite like. So John says, Arch could pass for the supervillain, the British accent guy, Dev. Look up Iron Liz, Sophia, now it's 2, I think.
I know who Iron Liz is. I've actually interviewed her like 3 times on my channel. She's actually pretty cool. I should talk to her again. I haven't seen her in a while. You know who Iron Liz is?
I don't think so. Who's this?
Iron Liz was Linkara's girlfriend way back in the Channel Awesome days. Like back in like 2011. And so she has decided since you know about the Lightbringer. You know?
I don't know the
No?
Lightbringer.
Okay. So Linkara made a very cringe, very terrible webcomic back before he was Linkara called Lightbringer.
I
And
see.
he let the copyright on it lapse. And Iron Liz and Linkara's relationship did not end particularly well. And he's still bitter about it 10 years later. And she's actually he's very angry that she's a Trump supporter now. So she's like, you know what? I'm just gonna run a Kickstarter to bring back Lightbringer and actually make it into a real comic. So she's been doing that, and it's been fucking hilarious. And he's been like losing his mind. And I've been interviewing her a few times. Just like I've talked about her project because it's an interesting project, but also just to get information about the old Channel Awesome days, like what it was like back in the day, you know.
That's awesome.
That's who Iron Liz is. And you know what? Iron Liz is probably like a more extreme Sophia Narwitz in terms of her politics, yeah.
Okay.
This is also why we call Dev a drama monger and a drama magnet and everything that has to do with drama.
So what's really interesting is there's actually a lot of drama that floats around me, at least on our section of the internet, but I don't cause any of it. It just comes to me. I don't do anything.
Question mark,
See,
question mark, question mark.
Immune to drama. I feel like I never get into drama. But to an extent, like, part of the problem is if you're just like popular and successful, you will get into drama. So like,
yeah,
I think in part it's just like a victim of your own success.
In some ways, yeah. Like I definitely have irrational haters for sure. Like hate watchers,
Right.
people who are posting about me constantly. It's like, dude, like do something else, man. But I have hit that size where people are just kind of nuts about me. So it's like, okay,
Right. You just get some crazies.
It's also that Dev has managed to find himself in a situation where he has some dedicated haters that make stuff up, and then there's me, who does this for fun.
Yeah, So yeah, Arch, like something takes off about me that's completely false, and Arch is like, I'm gonna use this.
Like a good friend.
See,
does.
I'm doing you a favor, Dev. By me pulling it up further and making it ridiculous, I make it less plausible. If it wasn't for me, people would actually believe these things.
So, okay, here. We're going to drop the mask for 1 second, okay, Arch? We're going to drop the pretense just for 1 sentence. I'm not actually a communist.
But
What?
you do own a horsecock.
I do, yes.
See, I dropped the pretense and I still was able to turn it into something funny.
Service guarantees citizenship.
It's all about intent, Dev. It's very important. Zonta says, NASA made Trump's 30-year manned Mars mission uncancelable, and you laughed at them for it.
Service guarantees
Shame, Arch, you're supposed to
citizenship.
be the smart one. NASA made Trump's 30-year manned mission? Oh no, it's still a stupid mission. It is a retarded mission. It is a dumbass mission. Its stated goal is to bring a black person, or a POC, as they call it, and a woman to the moon. This is an enormous waste of resources, a tremendous waste. Especially as we don't have any good stated purpose for anything useful they're actually going to do there. They have like, we're going to do some science too. Like, some science. Well, okay. It's
Well,
nice
see,
to know that some science will be done.
I was under the impression that they were actually like laying the groundwork to have a permanent moon base over the next like 30 years or something.
No, that's part of the lie and the propaganda, because there's no permanent moon base. They're going to stay there in the lander for like a week. That's all. There is no permanent settlement. There is no permanent base. There is no nothing. This is, at the absolute most optimistic, a dress rehearsal for the dress rehearsal of having a actual moon base.
Okay. I mean, well, the last I looked into it, they're like, listen, we are going to start doing some preliminary moon returns, but the goal is eventually to have like a permanent settlement.
Yes.
I was like, well, that sounds good. Yeah.
Issue is, what is the purpose of a permanent settlement at this point?
Well, just say you've done it. The glory is the purpose, Arch.
Because the issue is, with that, you're going to need a way larger goal to make any point out of it. You are going to need some sort of actual settlement plan for it. You're going to need to be able to, well, not only justify the enormous expense, but also figure out a way to make this profitable as well. Because this is going to have to pay for itself. And there's no way it can pay for itself right now.
Listen, Arch, if America can walk into the room and slap its giant cock on the table and say, "We're on the moon now, bitches," like, that pays for itself. It's not all just money. There's also glory in this.
Not when America is currently running headfirst into inflation, running into a large-scale conflict, probably about to engage with China in the next 5-10 years. This is not the time to spend $100 billion without knowing where it's going.
Okay, fine. We'll genocide the Chinese and the Russians, and then we'll go to the moon, okay?
That would be a better plan, yes. It would be preferable. There is also the problem that I think a lot of people expect the same kind of technological innovations to be created by this moon landing as was by the last, which I don't think is going to happen at all. Because the previous moon landing, they needed to pretty much make everything from scratch. They had to make the circuitry board. They had to make the landing mechanisms. They had to do the tests. They had to make the landing apparatus. They had to do everything. Everything was an enormous adventure, essentially. Whereas now, all of the technology is so over-engineered in a way that I don't think a whole lot of innovation is actually going to be able to come out of this round. Like, I think we're just going to figure out how an Apple iPod works in space, and that'll be our greatest contribution to humanity.
Well, actually,
We'll see.
I mean, surely there is some economic benefit because the mining is going to be important, isn't it?
No.
Mine some space rocks. No,
How, Dev? How are we gonna mine the space rocks?
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, but we're not figuring it out now, and we're probably
But
not
we will
figuring it
eventually.
out for the next mission, or the next mission, or the next mission, because the stated goal is not to figure out how to mine. It's not to figure out how to transport it or anything. It's to bring a POC to space.
Well, I think
A
that's something
POC
that
is
we'll
like
get.
our version of a flag in
Kind of.
2024.
It's also our best racial slur at the moment that is still readily
Is it really?
available.
Is that a racial slur?
I consider it to be.
What does it refer to?
People of color.
No, what do you call them? Pucks?
POC.
POC.
Pock.
Yeah, POC.
I don't get it.
POC.
He
People of
just
Oh,
said
color.
POC. Oh, I get
Yeah.
POC. Yeah, fuck. Okay. All right.
Dev's a little bit
Call 'em
slow, but he
POCs.
gets
Oh
there
my God.
eventually.
Oh no, it just now that I see it, I'm just like, hey, Pock. Oh my God. That could actually work out. Like, if you're talking to someone who's a progressive and uses people of color a lot, man, you could turn this on them on a dime.
Yeah, just like be like aggressive with it to the point where they're like annoyed.
Well, the thing is, the term itself has the correct amount of snap to it. POC. You know, it's
Yeah, it
got
just
it's
works.
got a good
Yep.
one.
Yep. Well, here's the thing. That's why I started using prog for progressive, right? Like, I started that I think 3 or 4 years ago, and it's really taken off since then.
Yeah,
But
Paul
as far as I
Frog
know, I
works
was the
too.
first one to do it. I was like, Prog. Hey, Prog. I remember. I know who you know who this is, Taftaj. I said it to Miss Vivian Wolf at one point, and she like fucking lost it. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? And I'm like, what do you think it means? It's obviously a slur for progressive. and then she like lost it on me.
Pock's pretty good.
Yeah, I think Miss Vivian Wolf. It's like MX, right? Mix Vivian Wolf.
Yeah, because she's not a miss or a mister. She's a mix. MX.
Yeah, Vivian Wolf.
A
That
mix.
person, they were like creating like a docs list, right?
Yep.
Which is like scary. I think one of the reasons I don't get into a lot of drama is that there's like certain I like identify people that just seem like scary to me, where it's like I just don't want to get on their bad side and I just don't interact with them because I know that like, maybe it's good content, but I'm just like, I'm gonna avoid it.
Oh, she's fucking insane, dude. Like, so the first time I encountered her, she mistook me for the quartering. I was like, well, that's not me. And then after that, though, she was like, "Oh yeah, you're that Gamergate Sargon follower," and then like, "You're that fascist." Like, you know how it goes, right?
Yeah, of course. Those things kind of go hand in hand. So
Yeah.
makes sense to me.
But no, she's very radical, and also she's like a fucking lolcow. It's great to somehow like every once in a while I'll peek back in to see what she's doing, and she's usually like doing something retarded.
It's kind of the internet, isn't it? The beauty of it.
Boog says 2007, the normies got into the internet and ruined it. That is true as well. We shouldn't have
So
allowed
true.
people onto the internet.
I'll be back in a minute.
Goodbye, Dev.
Dev presents another wonderful argument for why people should not be allowed on the internet.
Because they just leave in the middle of podcasts. It's
They do.
unbelievable.
Especially Dev. He leaves to eat and shit every time.
These disgusting humans and their bodily functions.
That's not normal.
It's really not normal.
Yeah, we really do need to introduce some sort of test to see whether or not people can be on the internet. Because people ruin
absolutely.
themselves on the internet. Even the people
Yeah.
who become successful ruin themselves on the internet.
Yeah, it's easy to do for sure. I agree. We need a solution.
So long as it's not the final one.
No, of course. There will be many solutions. So
Space Wolf Blackmane says, "Hail, if I can recommend the channel What If All This? What If All This?" I think I read that correctly.
I think it's alt-hist, maybe.
Possibly. His videos are right
Yeah.
up both your alleys, especially his last vid and the coming psychological Black Death. Think chaos morality.
Yeah. Yeah, he started as like an alternate history channel, I think initially. So it's alt-hist, I think.
Altist. There you go. Boog says, Stellar Blade better live up to the hype. It's probably not going to. It's a PlayStation 5 hack and slash thing. And I think it's probably going to be very disappointing or very basic, but so long as it does something correct,
Service
then it can be
guarantees
lauded for
citizenship.
doing that one thing somewhat correct.
Baby steps, I think.
Yes. Rain Terror. Hot women in Baldur's Gate 3. Purple Woman. Shadowheart was the only decent girl in that game. All the others were ugly. To a degree. Like, it was definitely progressive beauty, if anything. Like, Shadowheart's okay. I don't mind
You're
me a
not going
good...
to get mad at me if I say Lae'zel.
Liz.
It's kind of hot.
Oh, well, which one was that?
Yes. Listen, she's mean. It's amazing. And Minthara, of course.
Oh, the Toad Woman. Yeah, I didn't like the Toad Woman.
I kind of like the Toad Woman. Call me crazy. She might be the best girl.
I don't mind Karlach because strong dummy mummy woman, fine. Not a problem with that. But Shadowheart was the only one that would be considered traditionally attractive. And even then, it's like sort of kind of like, you could have done this better, but I see what you were doing with it. Like, you haven't played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, have you?
I have not. I've heard they're great, though.
There was a very fascinating thing there, where in Baldur's Gate 1, Vizira? I can't remember her names now, but there's a drow, a dark elf. And in 1, she's not very attractive at all. They were running on a fucking shoestring budget. They slapped a dark elf together. They figured nobody would want to have sex with the drow anyways, because they're inherently naturally evil, etc. But then everyone got really interested in her, and so in 2, she suddenly gets a lot hotter. which is kind of the inverse of today. Always found that
Yeah, I
fascinating.
love that. I think they have Minthara in Baldur's Gate 3. So they're keeping the tradition alive.
Rain Tenor, the furry cat ears and design looks gay. Yes, Dev made me present some of his furry pornography again. And yes, it does. Like, men should not have cat ears. One of the many things I believe should be made illegal is definitely men with cat ears. There's no reason for it to exist, and there certainly is no excuse.
It's just deranged.
It is, isn't it? I don't know what the punishment is going to be yet, but I'm thinking, I don't know. We don't want to make it too harsh and say in case somebody accidentally puts on cat ears at some point. But still, it's going to have to be pretty strident.
Have you ever accidentally put on cat ears, Arch?
I
You're
don't
like,
know.
oh no. They just got on me somehow.
Well, actually, my friend Kibbs, who is transitioning at the moment, he's put on cat ears because he was paid to. So he's kind
There
of
you
a
go.
prostitute
That's a
in
good
that
reason.
regard.
Service
Yeah,
guarantee
there's a rationale. You know, that's an excusable reason. Decrease the punishment from forced sterilization to merely castration.
Yeah. Improvements.
Dean Domino 25, remember, progs freak out about Stellar Blade, but were fine with Life is Strange 2, with a nude scene involving an underage boy and a grown woman. I actually talked about that, yes, because Steam was on a little bit of a banning spree at the time, where they were banning hentai games that had characters that did not look like they were 30. And during all of that, Life was Strange was still on Steam, perfectly fine and untouched, and it actually had an underage, if not sex scene, then certainly
Heresy's the
promiscuous love
question.
scene.
Fire is the answer.
It was definitely sex. I played through that game. It was the older brother. He was like 15 or 16 or something, and he has sex with a woman who looks like she's in her early 20s, and she's like living in
Yeah.
like a commune. And it's like,
Wow.
I guess because it's progressive, it's okay.
Yep.
Well, that was the same game where like the younger kid uses his psychic powers to tear down Trump's wall. It's like, God, dude, stuff that okay. Another thing that I've talked about recently on my channel is how insane the Trump derangement syndrome was, like back at the height of it, like
Mhm.
2016 to 2018. People lost their fucking minds. And Trump hadn't even done anything bad yet, all right? These like he was like all he had under his belt at that point was locker room talk. And people were losing it. Remember that one celebrity who like held up the bloodied Trump head?
Yes, yeah.
Kathy Griffin or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Kathy
it was
Griffin.
fucking insane, dude. Like none of this was warranted, and they all like lost it. And actually, I remember I posted the clip on Twitter where I said back in 2017, you guys are all losing it so hard that when Trump actually does something bad, no one's going to believe it, and that's where we ended up.
Mm-hmm.
I saw
Trump
it.
never
Very
did
I saw
anything
it.
bad.
Fuck you, Arch. You know he did.
Of course.
So, while I was in the washroom, I know, wireless headphones. Yeah, Arch. So the guy is what if autist. He actually makes some really good videos, and I also recommend that you watch some of his stuff. He's very intelligent. I watched him school Vosh in a debate. That was funny. That was fun because like here's the thing. He seems to have like zero charisma. No offense to the guy, but he has like no charisma, and he's trying and like Vosh's debate style is all charisma, right? So he goes into a debate and he's falling all over himself because he has no idea how to talk and no idea how to talk, like no idea how to deal with someone who's just like running circles around him. But Vosh was so incorrect, and What If Alt Hiss was so correct that he still won the debate. Because it was like Vosh was like a bunch of bullshit, like really good sounding bullshit, and then What If Alt Hit was like, here's the facts. He just laid them out like in a very monotone kind of autistic way, and then Vosh just fell apart. It was probably one of the best debates I'd seen on Twitch poll in a while.
That sounds pretty good. I think I remember like one moment, or I remember a few moments where I think What If Altis maybe like didn't look the best in that debate. Like I think there's one point where he's just like, you just need to read like, a dozen books. And it's like, well, that's not really a response. So I think that it speaks like the lack of charisma at certain points that probably just creates like the perception of being like, this is a bit rough.
Mm-hmm. Oh, someone in the chat asked, Vosh has charisma? That's the only thing he has going for him.
Well, he's
Like,
always
he's-
accused of being like a sophist, right?
Yeah.
Heresy's the question.
Like he's
Fire is the answer.
he's very charismatic. He knows how to speak. He knows how to put on a presentation. He's very good at those things. He's just wrong about almost everything he talks about.
He can take a tremendous amount of cock. There are many things to be admired about Wash, as it turns out.
Yeah, as it turns out.
Sandoom says, I hate what people did to Joe Cat. They didn't harass him, but started to send mysterious packages of potentially dangerous nature to his family. Really, Dev? And you encouraged this?
Pretty bad.
No, that I didn't, but that is what happened. So, a bunch of right wingers came after him because he appeared gay, even though the content of the thing was straight. But also, a bunch of left wingers came after him because he was straight and adopting the gay aesthetic, but he wasn't like transitioning himself. So like a bunch of egg hatchers went after him. So like he got it from all sides basically for putting out that that animation. I kind of feel bad for him actually.
It was kind of an awful animation, so.
Here's the thing though, like I agree with the sentiment because I like all feminine body types, like just all of them. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Tall girls and short girls and thick girls and skinny girls and big boobs, small boobs. You know, like it's all the hair colors, all the hairstyles.
Diverse interests, for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think I agree with the sentiment.
You want the tomboy abs and you want like the chubby girls, all of it, man. It's all good.
Absolutely.
Reigning Terror says, so many communist buzzwords flowing out. Yes, that's Dev in his element. Communist terminology. On quantity.
You just love communism.
The interesting thing is, I actually really like the communist terminology.
I know.
It's so useful once you understand
really
it.
like communism.
However, but I never ever use it for communist ends, right? So like when I'm watching a bread tuber, I know exactly what they're saying, but because I know exactly what they're saying, I know exactly how to reply to it. And most people don't get it, you know, because they're not communists. And I was
There's
one
a
at one point.
communist quote about this, which is like, the capitalist will sell us the rope with which we use to hang him. So There you go.
Yep. Now it's going in reverse. I know all the communist tricks and I can overcome them.
Exactly. Like Neo, you're seeing all of them.
Well, here's the thing, like in a more serious sense, like this is what guys like Christopher Latch did, right? And and James Burnham, because they were both revolutionaries when they were like 18 or 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were in that very leftist intellectual scene, but then as they moved away from it, they're like, listen, this shit doesn't work. They still carried with them that framework, right? So a lot of James Burnham's stuff especially if you read the Managerial Revolution, that's his big book, right? Mm-hmm. It's all communist terminology, and it's all the communist lens and framework, but it's used in service of the right instead of the left.
Yeah. Well, Nick Land also had the same path where he started out as a Marxist thinker and like a, fairly prominent one, and ended up, creating the neo-reactionary movement.
Mm-hmm. Mark DeShame says, like babes hanging out at a gay bar. I don't know if that's a reference for now. Do you know?
I have lost.
Is the volume down? It's really quiet. Baldur's 3 Eroge is fine because it's danger ahead and everyone that's physically strong and men are supports. Kind of, yes. I remember actually noticing during playing the game that it's a woman's interpretation of romance. Virtually all of it. It's a very feminine romance. Even the gay romances in Baldur's Gate are not very male. You know, that makes sense?
I can see that. Yeah. I will say, I do like some of the romances. So, like, to an extent, there's no, like, issue necessarily with, like, feminine romance stories done very well. But I think it's overwhelming when it's the only thing that's allowed.
I remember, and it's also I have got a big issue with the gay romances as well. Okay, we need to return to the Greco-Roman ideas here, but it reminded me of Mass Effect. Mass Effect, was it? Yeah, it was 3, wasn't it? Where they've got a big beefcake gay guy, and he's introduced to like, hey Shepard, let's like play box or something, and it's the faggiest thing I have ever experienced in my entire existence. And I can imagine being a gay guy watching that, and you must just spine-curdlingly cringe as some 20-year-old Californian presumably looks up gay sex on Google and goes like, what do gays like?
Mm-hmm.
Subtlety. Subtlety is a very lost art these days. I remember
Done right.
I remember when Jim Sterling once made a 35-minute video talking about how brevity was the soul of wit and how
That's pretty funny.
how badly the point missed. Why You Hatin' says, Joe Cat was harassed off the internet for that video. The left sent death threats to his family along with threatening packages.
Oh, holy shit.
Yep, it was a big thing for a
That's
while.
crazy.
All because of Dev, I am sure.
I'm not on the left.
You keep saying this. Why do you keep saying this, Dev?
It's true.
Okay.
Listen, I just got called like a fascist in the past week by like 3 different fucking bread tubers, so I'm definitely not on the left.
See, the problem is, Dev, you've been called both, which makes me just choose whichever one is most expedient for my own humor. I've only ever been called fascist. I'm far purer.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Mark DeShame says, one word to be said, advika. Advika. What does that mean?
How's it spelled?
Adivka.
Advika. Oh, it's a city in Ukraine. Oh, it's a city that they're withdrawing from right now. The Ukrainians
yes.
are pulling back from.
The eternal forever war is grinding on towards its inevitable conclusion.
Crazy.
Like, the Russians are going to win.
So,
I've said this all along. Like, there's simply
It's
no
taking a
way
long
for
time.
Ukraine to win this fucking grind war. But it's been slowed down enough now, mostly for our Western interests, to bleed both parts to the point of complete annihilation.
Yeah, and
That way-
especially Russia. I mean, Ukraine
Oh,
ends
yeah.
up just being thrown under the wheels in all this.
Well, we have a vested interest in grinding Ukraine down as much as possible as well, because Russia obviously is our opposition, so we want to break them as much as possible. But we also want Ukraine to become our little bitch, because then they can grow our grain. And then we can have all of the good grain for ourselves and ship their grain to Africa and be like, look, we're helping the poor.
So what's actually going on is, Zelensky is claiming that because they're not getting the next dose of American aid, that they no longer have the resources to stay in Advika, so they're pulling back. And this is going to be like the only serious change in the front lines in a very long time, because it's just been a grind. It's like now they're pulling back from a city, so
The problem is there's nothing more to give. Like, most of the armories in Europe are actually getting empty now. They've been given practically all of the artillery ammunition and weaponry that exists, and we don't actually have that many tanks or aircraft to send them, because we don't build that many of them.
Yep.
Or we're not willing to give them like the fancy new stuff either.
That too, but that's in part, like, we gave them Leopard 2s and they immediately got captured by the Russians, so I was like, okay, maybe not. RT Gaming 1016 says, Arch, was Western society always this lonely? My wife is from a non-Western country, and when we compared our upbringing, it seems like the West is lonely. Yes, it is, and it wasn't always this way. In fact, Taftadge touched upon this a little while ago, where poorer societies have better communities. And this was actually a leading cause to suicides in Norwegian immigrants, because I remember this was covered in a television show in a report, saying that record numbers of immigrants were killing themselves, and they stated loneliness to be the prime thing. And they mentioned, like, when I lived in Bumfuckistan, I would go down to the market and talk to everyone, and everyone would know each other, and we'd all talk, and we'd all converse, and everyone knew everybody. Whereas in Norway, if you say hello to somebody on the street, they'll give you a slightly weird look if you're in the city, like, are you going to try and rob me now? Even in the countryside, where people are more polite, they nod and say hello. There's no engagement there, and if you try to converse with somebody like that, they'll be just weirded out by you.
Yeah, that's how it is here too. Definitely.
Mark DeShame says 2019 was so long ago. 2020 was only 4 years ago. God, it feels like an absolute age. It really does.
Yeah, I think everyone feels like they've been stuck in the COVID time warp, right? Where it was like 3 years, but it feels like it was 1.
Hmm.
Yeah, the COVID thing also was, well, in many ways, kind of just a shock for people because nobody thought that it could happen, you know? That we could have the restrictions that we did. And I think only after we actually had the restrictions placed on us as well did people start realizing what the restrictions actually were. It's like, oh, hey, this is actually quite oppressive. Why?
Yeah, I think so too.
Frog
I
Jupiter?
one of the things that V says is like, why should I be scared of fascism anymore? Like what could a fascist government do to me that wasn't already done to me during the COVID lockdowns? And there's a fair point there. The counter argument is that was an emergency and it was obviously lifted. It has been lifted, but and a fascist wouldn't lift it. He would just continue it on in perpetuity. But I mean, I remember a lot of people, mainly people on the right, they were saying like, listen, this stuff's gonna last forever, guys. We are now on the brink of a fascist takeover. It didn't last forever. I mean, we can talk about whether or not it was warranted. It was mostly not warranted, in my opinion. But it was not, we did not live under eternal COVID tyranny. You know what I mean?
That is indeed the statist apologia, Dev, correct?
How is that status apologia? What the fuck are you talking about?
The Dev communist flag.
Chinese, actually, because he was talking about how much he valued China during that particular moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm using communist for communist China. Shorthand.
Frog Jupiter says, did you hear about the Wash Lolly Horse folder? Yes, Dev decided to tell me about that. Dev was very excited. He was like, Arch, we gotta do a whole episode on this. It's like, why, Dev? Because horse porn's really funny. And to be fair, it is.
Funny. Well, we had Chud Logic on last week, and Chud he's morphed from like a 2019 bread tuber into like just a drama guy. He's kind of abandoned the leftism, and it's like, good for him. It's working out. He's getting big numbers on his channel now, doing drama. So it's like, listen, I know that you've kept up with this shit, so we should do a segment on Vosh. He's like, yeah, sure.
Guarantees
So,
citizenship.
but what I didn't realize is that Chud hadn't actually seen the porn itself. So I pulled up an image of the actual porn, and he started screaming at me, and he was like, no, I wanted to go through life without seeing it. I want to be the only one who didn't see it.
To be honest, I have also not seen it, so
No?
I don't know exactly. I don't know how bad it is.
Okay, tell me the worst... No, hold on. I want to ruin this for her, too. Tell me the worst thing you can imagine. Like, just spitball. The worst thing you think it could be.
Based on context, I mean, it could be really bad based on what people have said. So, it could definitely be like, oh God, there's horses involved. There's little girls involved. Them having sex with each other sounds pretty bad.
That's close, but you didn't quite get there. It's
It
a
gets
little
worse.
girl rimming a horse's ass out whilst the
my
horse
God.
is fucking another girl.
Yeah, that is worse than I was picturing. That is worse.
Yeah, it was quite remarkable in many ways.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I was definitely trying to avoid, I think, knowing much about it.
Well, I mean, hold on. How much do we want to... Hold on, wait. I'm going to have something to have. Hold on.
Okay.
We don't need to go into the horse erotica too much, Dev, despite how much I know you value it. We can only merely briefly touch upon the horse erotica, just to give Dev a little bit of a feeling that he's valued, that his interests are taken care of as well, Sometimes Dev likes that. Cuban 922, resurrect Louis Leval to shut down Dev and V rants. That might be good. Who knows?
What's he doing nowadays, anyway?
I have no idea. One of many who simply just disappeared from the internet for reasons.
I think he got banned. Like his channel's gone, but he's still like in the Discord.
Well, there's where he is then, in hell. YouTube hell. A place where everyone will go one day. And ironically, probably, that will be like the one consistent signifying mark between all people at one point in the future. Everyone will have been banned from social media. Finally, only the bots will remain, the Chinese gold farmers trying to sell each other more money.
I have lost. Shit. I am actually on, I counted them up. I am actually on my 12th Twitter account.
I've never been banned on Twitter.
Same. It's just Dev.
Well, okay. I did get briefly suspended for Taylor Swift AI pictures. So
Oh my god, were you posting the AI nudes?
I did like when they were very first dropped, and it didn't like be. There was no controversy like sparked until recently, and then yeah, I got hit with a suspension as a result.
The
Like
White
an
House
old
takes
post.
Taylor Swift's privacy very, very, very seriously.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Oh my god, are you part of the Taylor Swift psyop arch that Laura Loomer put out?
Hey, I heard you talk about that, and you know what? I don't even think it sounds that mad. It's like government
that's
is
fucking
using
insane,
a massive.
dude.
No, government using a massive celebrity for political purposes. This is pretty fucking normal.
I think what's actually more likely is that the celebrity's own views align with the candidate, and so they support the candidate.
Sure, that is more likely, but I do not think for a second that a celebrity being used for political purposes is at all weird or unusual. I
Have you
think
heard
that
about
has
this,
been
Daft
that has been
I've
well
heard about
established
it a
since the
little
World
bit.
Wars.
Yeah. But I also agree. I'm not sure we need like a
Service guarantees
conspiracy to explain
citizenship.
this. I think I think she just likes Biden.
It was basically that. So Laura Loomer believes that George
I have
Soros
lost.
owned the rights to her music and sold it back for her in exchange for her swearing fealty to Biden. And now Taylor Swift is being activated to sway the election towards the Democrats.
I have lost.
Yeah, that sounds like a fanciful story. Sounds like something that's probably fun to believe, but is probably not true.
The conspiracy theory is unnecessary, but there is no doubt that the Biden campaign sees tremendous political gain in Taylor Swift.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there was like leaked something where Biden had like a plan to just be seen at the Eras tour. So definitely a kernel of truth to it.
There's also
Sure,
the,
like this sort of things happen ever since we've had celebrities, right? Like celebrities will use their influence to support a candidate. But the way that Laura Loomer talks about it is like it's this grand fucking conspiracy that needs to be stopped, and it's like calm down, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I think she might just like Biden.
Now, what is interesting, though, is also the fact that Taylor Swift is probably our sole celebrity now.
I have lost.
Like, celebrities used to be, not common necessarily, but there used to be quite a few of them, and there used to be new ones created quite frequently as well. Whereas now, celebrities are rare. We don't have a whole lot of new ones. We're still looking back to the fucking ancient ones more often than not.
With actors, no. Like there's new actors coming up that are well regarded for sure. With musicians though, I think you're correct, Arch.
Well regarded, sure, but they're not superstars. There's no Brad
the
Pitt
same.
in this generation.
I think culture has just become so fragmented. Everyone's kind of siloed off in their own worlds.
Yeah.
And so
Everyone has like a different cultural canon now. I mean, I pointed out, like, so I did a video recently, is when you're referring to, Arch, about how, basically, as a kid, I fucking hated celebrities, and I hated the people, when I was younger, who would, like, have celebrity crushes and stuff, because I was that asshole kid, right? And, I remember being, like, the natural inclination of nerdy guys who hate celebrities and hate celebrity culture, once the e-celeb came out, in the earliest days of the internet, the natural inclination of guys like that was to probably be drawn to e-celebs because they were way more down to earth than traditional celebrities. And that was the case in like 2006, 2008. It's not the case now because all the e-celebs are fucking manufactured, right? You know, I have lost
All these celebs
guys
now
that you
are
were
VTubers. Yep.
that too, right? But like Arch, you and I when we were younger probably had a fair amount in common with someone like the Angry Video Game Nerd or Spoonie, right? Nowadays,
I have lost.
you know, your average Zoomer has nothing in common with someone like iShowSpeed or Pokimane or Kai Cenat or any of these guys, right? Who are the big names now, because the e-celebrities have become the next new type of celebrity, when before they were just normal guys who were good at making videos and got big on YouTube.
Yes.
Right, that makes sense.
Toot says, in the 90s, there really was a golden age of TV cartoons brought out by John K. Dipsit? How about if I read dipshit? Dipsit? Well, he did that. Now, beanmouth garbage, things are worse now. Yes, things are definitely worse now. That is absolutely certain. Things are a lot worse now. Observably so. Just in terms of quality as well as everything else. Because it's also just a very clear and obvious lack for source material. And the fact that people expect things to be bad now. People anticipate things to be bad. I did a video on this a little while ago. We are in the age of the flop, where people presume things are going to be bad, and any assumption that things might not be bad are, well, very optimistic at best and kind of retarded at worst. Like the upcoming Avatar, the Airbender TV show, for example. I just assume it's going to be garbage.
Mm-hmm. But the tragic thing about that too is that like it doesn't have to be, and there is a better future that I think Zoomers are just unaware of.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, oh god, yeah, that's right, because you have Zoomers, especially the Zoomers that are maybe a few years younger than you, Taftadge, who are just like, everything has always been terrible. All TV has sucked. All video games have sucked. How can you enjoy this? And it's like, no, there's good stuff. There's still good stuff out there. You can still even like new TV shows are being made that are good, and just no one watches them, right? Like I remember Midnight Mass being a good TV show from a couple of years ago. It was a new show, had one season, didn't go anywhere. No one watched it, but it was great, you know. But everything, like, there's like, you know what? I'm sure someone like Critical Drinker or whoever has done a video on this already. But there's an effect that we could probably call Marvelization of media that has fucking ruined everything. And it's one of those things where, you know, the Marvelization of a thing is really cool for like the first year of it, and then it's just completely destructive afterwards.
Yep. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I mean, the Marvelization effect definitely requires like more going into, because it's something I've thought about, but have not like not very deeply explored.
Yeah. I'm just kind of pulling this off the cuff. I don't really know where it goes yet.
Maybe a future video.
Maybe.
Well, it has to do also with the lack of writing talent, because the thing is where people are actually relatively easy to please. It's actually fairly simple to give people something they will enjoy, particularly in this day and age of less and less enjoyable things, because I see people gravitating more and more towards villainous characters. And I'll have a video on this probably next week. In Ahsoka, that awful TV show, for example, nobody liked Ahsoka. Ahsoka was boring, Ahsoka was uninteresting, but people really liked Baylan Skoll, the evil, like, ex-Jedi knight mercenary. And his ideals aren't that good. He's like, okay, I'm searching for a nebulous power to help me set the galaxy straight. And that's all the information you have, and that's not enough. That's not a lot. It's barely anything. It's hardly a revolutionary backstory either. It's like, I didn't like the old system. I'm going to make my own. And yet, that's still a lot more than Ahsoka has. And so people look at him and go like, well, I am starving, so Baylan, thank you for this tiny bit of food you've given me.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, I mean, I've said that so often. Yeah, I think that people, they just react so strongly to like poorly written characters. And villains sometimes are the only characters that are allowed to have any depth to them because they're allowed to actually be wrong about things and to have some human personality. And that's naturally very attractive in a media environment where that just doesn't exist elsewhere. So, yeah, I definitely, there's just something to that. There's something to something that is raw and authentic and not trying to be the perfect Mary Sue.
And they
So-
don't have the baleful glare of the writer on them. That's the most important thing, because the closer you get to the main character, the worse the villain gets. Thrawn, the best, finest military mind in the galaxy, complete retard. As soon as he runs into Ahsoka.
Yep. And you know what? He was actually quite the villain back in his original incarnation in the novels.
Yep.
The ones that were all decanonized. But so I just watched the first episode of Ahsoka last night because I skipped that one. I was like, I'll go back and watch it. Let's see. And man, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so it's better than Obi-Wan. That's because they put absolutely no effort into Obi-Wan because they wanted Obi-Wan to skate by on solely its name, and they devoted more of their money to Andor and Ahsoka because those are new properties. Okay, fair enough. So it looked better than Obi-Wan did, but everything just it feels like I've seen everything before, right? The amount of times I've watched a show in the last 5 years where you have a rebellious princess type character who blows off her formal functions to go off into the wilderness and have fun and has to like escape from the city guards. That's happened so many times. And I'm just tired of it. There's nothing new there anymore, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like one of
That-
the few approved narratives.
Shit.
Yeah. But that's how Ahsoka opens up, right? But it's I think Taftaz, you and I have talked about this I think twice in private, where basically
I have lost.
most villains nowadays, they are revenge villains, right? That's the only approved type of progressive villain where the hero, whether through their own arrogance in the past or through a mistake that they didn't realize, they create their own villain. All right? And this can be interesting sometimes. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, where Kirk creates Khan, and Khan comes after him for revenge, and Kirk has to deal with the fact that he fucked up in the past, and it costs him. That was a very good movie, in fact.
Heresy
But
is the question.
you can only have
Fire
that
is
kind
the
of character
answer.
so many times, where it's like it's a revenge story. The villain actually has a really good point, and he's been wronged, and he's angry, and he comes back out, and the hero is actually the one that we now need to look down upon. The hero must repent for what he's done. You know, that kind of fits the progressive narrative very well. But every progressive villain, it's a revenge story now. Every single one, where it's like the enemy has a point, but like I haven't finished the show, so I can't comment on Ahsoka yet. But Arch, what you described does not sound like a revenge story. It sounds like a guy who has a fundamentally different philosophy of how the world should be laid out,
I have
and
lost.
he's going to implement it. And that leads him into conflict with the heroes.
Well,
Which is a very compelling story.
Yes.
yes, and the thing is, Balin is only a villain insofar that he is in opposition to Ahsoka, because we don't know enough about his ideas to really know of their villainous. You know, he gets asked about the Old Order. It's like, do you miss it? And he's like, I miss the grand dream of it, but not the weakness of it. And that sounds very simply like he's saying, like, yeah, no, the Republic was cool and all, but it was incapable of maintaining itself, and I'm not interested in a system that can't maintain itself. There's very little there. And yet, that is more than Ahsoka's got. All Ahsoka's got is, you're being a mean, grumpy puss, and I'm going to stop you. I was like, okay.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I think a lot of millennial writing is just filled with revenge narratives to justify why the villains are doing what they're doing, rather than actual philosophical differences of opinion. And I think it's because millennial writers don't know how to actually write philosophical differences of opinion, because either you are justified and you've been wronged by the system and you're out to revolt against it, or you're just pure evil, you're a fascist, and we can just simply discard you. And you know what? They won't even write that story anymore. They won't write the pure evil, you're just a fascist story because they don't want to platform fascism.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is,
I wonder if part of it is too like the fact that they're just like not engaging with the ideas at all. And so the end result is something that's like kind of sterile and misunderstands the original point or the ideas themselves.
Yeah, I do think so. Like, I mean, Taftad, you've met a number of leftists. Have you ever actually met a left-leaning person who knows what fascism is?
I don't know if I have. It's a high expectation, high bar to me.
Yeah, because they call everything fascism. They call everything that's not them fascism. They call anything that is remotely militarized fascist. They call anything that is remotely capitalist fascist, and that one really doesn't make sense. Like, it's they sniff a single bit of a value that one philosophy might hold, but a fascist might also agree with, and they just call it fascist. Like, they have no fucking clue what their own enemy is.
Well, that's kind of,
and-
again, the brilliance of Gramsci, because you don't need that. If you've defined yourself to be the good, the beneficial side, you don't need to define your enemy, because your enemy has already been defined by your opposition to you. He's evil. And that's all you need. It's a very simple and addictive idea.
In a practical sense, you had like the Soviets who just called liberal democracy and social democracy. They call it social fascism because for them you had the true proper socialism, which was Soviet socialism, and then you had fascism, and then all the other modes of politics in between were just some flavor of fascism or something that would open the gates for fascism to come in, and they called it all social fascism. I promised a video on that like 3 years ago. I still haven't done it because I'm lazy. But that was an interesting rabbit hole to go down.
Oh, did you find an L in there too, Dev, somewhere?
Nope, I'm just lazy. I very rarely take L's.
Well,
L is
that's
not a
true,
letter
because
in my
you refuse to
vocabulary.
avoid them. I guess it is theoretically correct that it's difficult to take an L if you avoid it so hard.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, for our conversation back on Thursday with Sargon, I mean, at the end of the day, I was wrong about the court ruling. The court ruled against my position. So, from the opinion of the American government, I was wrong on that. Yes, from the opinion of the American government, I was wrong about what the Constitution entails on that. So, I mean, I still personally think it's still fine. Like, it doesn't bother me morally, but legally, I was wrong. So, that's how it is.
You did indeed get your tush pushed there. That was almost terrible to see.
But only on that one point, Arch. I was right about the rest of it.
Little baby kitten Dev getting absolutely wrecked. It was a little bit sad.
That's how it is. The context, TLDR on the context, as we were arguing over, was it proper for the government to step in and ask Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story? If the government genuinely believed that it actually was a Russian op being run to try and influence the election.
And so what was your position?
My position was yes. And the Supreme Court disagreed with me. The Supreme Court said it was actually improper. The government can't do that anymore. But I said, if you actually genuinely believe that it really is it is some sort of propaganda from your enemy. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem for the government to not even for the government to censor it themselves, for the government to ask a company if they could censor it, and then leave it up to the company to decide whether or not they do. I don't think that's improper. I don't think the government asking citizens to do things is improper.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a can of worms, right? Because the government wields fundamentally the forces of violence in society. So any ask from the government has this underlying like coercion maybe. And there's also the element of maybe it's okay if it's actually misinformation or propaganda or, information terrorism or whatever from a foreign state actor. But the question is more like, maybe that's true in this case, but setting a precedent of the government being able to do this is still worse overall. So yeah, you definitely get into a bit of a can of worms. I think even I would be like pretty hesitant to set that precedent, even if I was totally sure that it was like a state actor from some foreign enemy that was doing something.
So here's the thing, right?
Believes the ends justify the means.
So when you laid out, Taftaj, that the government has the monopoly on force, and so there's always an element of coercion that comes with an ask. I mean, that's technically true. Even if, like here, if the cops knock on your door, and you say no, thank you, and then the cops say okay, and then you close the door, and then they walk away, and the cops don't actually do anything to you. You know, there was no coercion there because they left because they actually followed the law. But their existence, there's an undercurrent there, right? That's what you're getting at. So here's the thing, that's true, but the way that V and Sargon as well, though V more than Sargon, and definitely the entire chat, including the entire chat right now, they're doing it again. The way they're saying is that governments never ask. They don't frame it as governments ask and they withdraw, and however there's an underlying element of a threat of force there. They don't frame it that way. They say governments never ask. Governments by their nature cannot ask. It is always coercive. It is always an order, even if they frame it as an ask. And I think that's overstating the case. That's going way too far.
In the current society, I say that's the truth. The problem is we don't have enough binding laws. Because here's the thing. My clear definition on this is whether or not the police are armed. In Norway, the police are not armed. And if two unarmed men come to your door and ask you questions, and they might be a very relevant question for an investigation, fair enough. If two armed men come to your door and start asking you questions, then they are now putting your life in danger. Because this is the extremist leftist position, like any interaction with the cops is a potentially lethal one. Because it is. Now, in any normal society with good training, this doesn't necessarily mean anything. In American society, with 6 fucking weeks of training, it is. And this is also because there's not enough control over it all. There needs to be more binds placed on the government and its interactions with you. Can the police ask you in person questions? Sure, because they're unlikely to do anything to you. You're a normal citizen, unless you're expected of something truly heinous. They're not going to go in there with any assumption of force, etc. But when they go to Twitter is going to be in a very different position immediately. Any corporation, because now you're dealing with the potential consequence of taxation, the potential consequence of loss of support, the potential consequence of legal action being taken against you. The array of means that the government can potentially employ are far wider yet again. And this is also why there needs to be more consequences to the people. Like there needed to be an investigation looking at, okay, who decided this was okay? Who sent them away? And if they then did send them to Twitter, the person who made that decision should probably lose their jobs, because he now did something that the Supreme Court claims to be a violation of the Constitution.
See, I agree with that part for sure. Like, it turned out that the Hunter Biden laptop story was real and should not have been suppressed, and therefore the person who made the decision to ask Twitter, hey, can you take that down, that person should face some kind of punishment. I completely agree with that. Like, we're all on the same page there, I think.
Yes.
No, it's just that like, yeah. So for example, here, this $10 super chat, based Taftaj agreeing that governments should not ask companies to do things the government is not allowed to do. There's always a threat inherently in this day and age. Dev taking the fucking L. No, because I don't believe that. All right. I think the only reason you can actually think this way is if you've never spoken to a policeman in your entire fucking life. Right? Because I've had a bunch of encounters with the cops over the years, and I've never felt like that. All right, I have had
Service
2 cops
citizenship.
with guns come up and knock on the door and be like, "Hey, can I talk to you about this a little bit?" And like I was like, "No," it was fine.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's.
Yep,
I
but this is a
understand the point.
personal experience, because we can literally look at something that was dropped in the chat yesterday for our Super Secret Conspiracy, where a woman went to the door and the 2 female police officers pulled out their weapons and emptied her magazine into the house, then reloaded, then proceeded to empty a second magazine into the house.
I must have missed that super secret chat part. Where was that? I'm scrolling back up in the Discord now. Where was that?
It's in there somewhere.
I must have missed this part, man. That sounds fucking wild.
It is.
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
gonna be
fucking
honest,
wild.
That sounds fucking
Fire is
wild.
the
But also,
answer.
like, there's so many stories like this that
Yes.
sound fucking wild and turn out not to be true. Like,
Oh, this
I'm
is
just
video.
thinking
This
of,
is
like-
video. You see her fire her entire magazine, reload her weapon, and fire a second magazine into the house.
Here, I found it.
I would
post
just
it in
be
this- post it in the
cautious.
service here.
Because, like, I mean, what is that? Breonna Taylor, right? Who is like, they talk about her being like shot in her own home. There's so many like cases where people are talking about some apparent source of like total terrible, police brutality. But then you like dig into it, and it turns out that there's like pretty legitimate reasons for why the cops engaged in the actions they did. So I do tend to be like pretty cautious with any claims like this. And you and Sargon, I don't know how much time you've spent in America to the extent that you visited at all, but our media tends to portray police interactions as being violent in a way that like is just not that accurate. And it is probably not good to like tell people that like, oh no, any like governmental ask comes with like this necessary coercion and you can't resist. Like, no, if police knock on your door and they ask to like come inside, you tell them to fuck off unless they have a warrant, right? Like, you don't have to always do what they say. And in fact, you absolutely shouldn't, because you can just incriminate yourself. So
Well,
I don't agree.
That's actually a very nice point, too. If you talk to the authorities, you may incriminate yourself.
Absolutely. And like, you have certain rights in America that allow you to not get fucked over by the authorities. And I think that's what's happening here with like the laptop and the Supreme Court. Like, you're saying this is like a huge example of like how bad the government is, but like the government's self-regulated in this case. They looked at like their actions and they're like, no, this actually is illegal and should not be allowed. So I think if anything, like, you can interpret this as probably a good thing. Like, the government came out doing the right thing in this case. And it speaks to the fact that the government can sometimes make decisions which are positive and self-regulating.
Of course.
So
It is
is
always
that-
possible for the government to do good things. But this is also
the issue
where
is
there
that-
needs to be more control. I'll finish one point there. Then you can,
Okay, go ahead,
then
go
you
ahead,
can
go ahead.
continue your fucking statism.
Yeah. Go ahead.
See, that's the thing. Because you talk about rights. And yeah, that is an incredibly important point. And yet, weirdly enough, and this comes kind of like back to the mold bug you told me about yesterday, Dev, you're never told about this. There is no school in class that tells you this is your rights when interacting with police officers. Then you have many rights, all of which are your own responsibility to read up on. And indeed, police officers themselves, to varying degrees, are often not taught about these rights either. There's a fascinating YouTube channel, I forget the name, in Britain, that he's basically made a living, practically, out of screwing with the British police and getting them to overstep, and then suing them and earning money off them. Like, he's made a YouTube career out of this, in essence. And the cops have no idea what their powers are. They will tell him to do something that is blatantly illegal, and they will stand on it. Like, he's standing outside the police station because he was going down there for a meeting and he was filming it. And the police officers go up to him and like, you're not allowed to film here. And it's like, no, I'm on public property. I'm on the sidewalk. You can't stop me. You can't do anything to me. And they keep insisting because the police officers themselves don't understand the limits of their power. And this is, I do not think, by accident. Like, there is a way to create a good system here, which we are somehow forgetting about consistently. Now, status dev. Proceed.
That's all true, Arch, for sure. Sure. The only thing I wanted to say basically is that for what you were mentioning, Taftaj, it seems like you can't hold these two positions at the same time, right?
Heresy's
You
the
cannot say.
question.
I don't mean
Fire
you
is the
specifically, Taftaj.
answer.
I mean more the chat, because the chat's kind of going off right now. You can't say on the one hand, all interactions with the government is inherently coercive to the point that they never ask you. It's always an order, even if
Heresy's the
they word it
question.
as an ask.
Fire is the
And simply
answer.
coming into contact with the state is like a violation of your rights. You can't hold that position and then at the same time hold the position of when you interact with the cops, you do have rights that you can press. You can say, come back with a warrant. Like you can't hold these two positions at the same time because the second one overrides the first one. If you do actually have the right to say, "Fuck you, come back with a warrant." You don't just get to question me
I
or
have
search my
lost.
house.
Shit.
If you have that right, then the coercive element of simply interacting with the government has been largely defanged.
Or at least is not absolute at the very minimum.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I agree. And I think that we're kind of running into something where lefties are kind of like delusional in a lot of ways about the level of government power and how like all coercion is like, there's no possible way that like hierarchy or power over someone could be positive. But I do think we see how like actually liberal governments can be very effective at policing
Service
themselves,
guarantees
and they can
citizenship.
be moderate. And in fact, to some extent, like it is in their best interest to be self-moderating. Like if you want to have a government that lasts a long time and successfully, survives, you need to be able to provide your citizens some level of freedom and autonomy such that they produce lots of things for you and, the system doesn't collapse, there's no revolution. So to an extent, like there's like a very good self-interested reason why the government does self-police.
Alright, now that Dev has been BTFO'd on this point again.
But we agreed, Arch.
I don't care. Not all says the Federation looks militaristic because it's a war novel with a soldier protagonist, but citizenship explicitly doesn't require military service. Well, this is actually one of those interesting things about the book that Heinlein wrote. Later, he mentioned civil service, like firefighters and stuff. In the book, I think, yeah, it seems reasonable.
The stream died, Arch, apparently.
Oh, fuck.
Everyone's saying F.
Why did you do that, Dev?
Wasn't me.
By the way,
Hold on.
I might have to get going at some point soon. I don't know how long these usually go on for.
Well, you're
That's
actually
fine.
usually done by about now.
Okay, cool.
Okay, it's back. Okay. But here, I do want to comment on that. Really, when you have to go, Taftadge, like what kind of time frame?
Sort of soonish. I think I promised my girlfriend that I would be done between 2 and 3 hours. So.
Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Though, of course, promises made to women matter for very little.
I disagree. It's a utmost important
Yeah,
word.
I'll quickly comment though on what you said about Starship Troopers real quick. Is that the people who are calling it fascist? It's like, listen, you have, okay, you can earn your right to vote by performing civil service. That's not fascist, right? That's not how the fascists did things. All right, you had some. If you had civic empowerment in a fascist system, it was generally based on birthright, not on a system like this, right? And additionally, in the movie, they had like unisex showers, which is not something that a fascist would do. It actually seems quite progressive, you know.
That was actually unique to the movie, by the way.
It wasn't in the book, yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Well, the issue is that kind of continues on with the point that the movie, it was a terrible, terrible satire of fascism because it didn't fit. It didn't make sense.
Yep.
Yeah, it totally undermined itself at every opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have been going for 3 hours and 10 minutes. So I guess if you have to peace out now or in a little bit.
Yeah, I might peace out since seems like a good stopping point. But thank you so much for having
Heresy's
me
the
on. It
question.
was super fun.
Fire is
I
the answer.
always love ranting about politics with you.
Oh, very welcome.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been like a year since we actually spoke on the mic, so it's great to talk to you again.
I agree.
I have
gotta do
lost.
more of these things.
Shit.
So yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much, Arch. It was lovely. I appreciate being invited.
Thank you for being here.
Make sure to come back to the internet. Don't abandon us for another 2 years.
All right, I promise. I'll do something. All right, bye guys.
See ya. And she's gone.
Mr. Luckless says, Dev, here, Arch, let me post a meme. Post a wall of text. TLDR. How many times are you going to screw this up, old man? And sure, Dev.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Zen Man has been for 2 months. I doubt the writer of the script for Starship Troopers read the book. Most likely he watched the Japanese OVA from 1980s.
Is there an OVA of it? Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
A
Heresy's
sign of
the
this is
question.
Buenos
Fire
Aires.
is the
Well,
answer.
it was he literally they've talked about this, and I have no reason to disbelieve it. He handed it over to like a fucking intern or something, who's like, here, write this, and then handed it off to the script writers, etc. So he probably did. That guy probably did, because he got most of it right, like the majority of it. And the rest was probably just an incredibly lucky accident, I suppose. And hey, some of the best things in life are entirely accidental.
Mm-hmm. I'll be back in a minute, Arch. BRB.
And he goes to take a shit again. It's not what I meant, Dev. It's like, yeah, I shat myself by accident. It's a good thing in life, right? No, Dev. Control your bladder, Dev. Actually, not his bladder, his colon in this case. If his shit comes out of his bladder, he's got bigger problems. Mechanicus on Duty says, can we trade Dev for this new lass? Hashtag kick Dev. We'll consider it. We'll consider it. Mark saying, problem with service for citizenship is it's far easier for the state to neglect an entitlement than it is to revoke a right. See examples of the VA. Well, that's the thing. The citizenship is a right, an absolute law-given right. There is no way they can reject you. In fact, they mention this specifically in the book. The only way the recruitment officer can turn anyone down is if the psychological officer determines that the person in question is incapable of understanding the oath they are being asked to make. Only then can they reject a person. So it's a far more rigid thing. And see, that really is kind of the big thing that needs to be put up more. The idea that rights need to be
Service
used to
guarantees
bind
citizenship.
the government. Because this does work. You can absolutely enshroud things in absolute unequivocal law and bind the government. Now, the government might try to get out of it, as we see with the Second Amendment in the US, for example, where the Founding Fathers were as stridently obvious as they could be, and yet still you have politicians going, but actually, they meant muskets, though. But it is far more effective to bind the government in the bonds of constitution than it is in any sort of, like, temporary legal measure. Like, that's a big, important difference. You need a constitution. Every nation should have a constitution. And the fact that every nation doesn't indicates to you that it is not in the... Practically only in revolutions are constitutions made. Because only the revolutionaries do not view the rulership of the nation in the state's best interest first. Like, constitutions are naturally anti-state, which is why we need a lot of them. I'm sure the state is devil returns soon to disagree. No one says a strong state to enforce freedom, the objectivist position since decades. Well, even better, a weak state to enforce freedoms. The entire question is how to bind it correctly. Basically, the state is a demon, okay? And it will eat your soul if you give it the slightest opportunity to do so. But you need to bind it correctly with the correct quantity of paper. And you need to not use too much paper either, because too much paper is just as damaging as too little paper. Sujad, what does Staff think about children at Pride events? There were children wearing lingerie in the Spanish one the other day, and there are other times. Well, considering her stance on Lolly, I doubt she would be pro. Let me actually just go find... Where did I put the thing? Where did I put the guest thing? Yes, Tasha had to peace out. There you go. Sujad, Dev admitted he'd vote for Biden instead of Trump. I know. He's Dev. Alright, what can you say? He's Dev. Brain damaged. It happens. It happens to the Dev of us. Tragic though it may be. Alex Nunn, Dev, the government is an inherently evil creation. Yes, it actually probably is. Again, that is why it must be likened to a demon. In all due likelihood, the government will do anything and everything in its power to screw you over, quite actively as well, which is why it needs to be bound very tightly and very securely and very, very, very powerfully and violently, if at all possible. any relationship with the government should be an explicitly BDSM relationship, for both parties' sake. Lord Commissar Spartan has been a member for 12 months. Thank you very much for your long-term support, sir. The government investigated itself and found itself guilty of no wrongdoing. Dev, state bad. Correct. This is the problem with Deviant statism. It allows for too much leeway for the state. The state cannot be given any leeway. The state must be viewed as an extraordinarily unscrupulous and untrustworthy entity at all times. This also, incidentally, is why we need to educate people more effectively. The solution to democracy isn't to abolish democracy, at least not yet. The solution to democracy is to absolutely, enormously, massively increase education in how the government functions. There needs to be like, let's get rid of math. Nobody needs math, nobody needs geography, nobody needs any of these things. Keep history, philosophy, and government. And that's all. No other tasks will be taught at school, except maybe computers, because those are kind of useful in this day and age.
So what I can
Maybe
tell
some
you,
bushcraft.
what I can tell you is that Taftage is in fact very against children at Pride events.
Well, there you go.
There you go. What else I can say is, I know for a fact that at least a little bit of this, guys, is dev derangement syndrome, and here's how I know. All right, Arch, that last super chat that you just read was the age-old adage: the government investigated itself and found nothing wrong. Taftage said something quite like that before she left. That governments, that liberal governments actually do and can and have properly self-police and self-regulated. And not a single person in the chat said anything. Maybe it's because she's a cute girl or something. I don't know. But you were all good with that when it came out of her mouth.
Dev, objectively speaking, your mouth is not that pretty. I'm sorry.
That's true.
I have lost.
And so, you're just gonna have to use a little bit of double standard there, a little bit of a deviant standard, shifting. Yes.
Mm-hmm. That is how these things go. Yes.
Yes.
So, the same idea can be worded by a cute girl, and everyone in the chat will just jump all over it. No, I get it. That's how these things are.
Chat, you're being accused of something. You should super chat into your defense. Matej Svezek says, hello, Arch. Any opinions on Helldivers 2? Absolutely none whatsoever. I'm going to play it later today. Kyle gave me a blank check for anything I wanted in return. So now that my extortion has become successful, I guess I can play it now.
Hold on. Someone in the chat just like, Dev just called the tranny a cute girl? Yeah, I did.
Oh, he's Dev.
Well, hold on. Arch. Even you must admit, Taftage is pretty cute.
I don't know about that, Dev. Don't have to admit anything.
Arch, okay, fine. No, it's time for us to rate the attractiveness of the guest we just had on, Arch.
More
Go ahead.
attractive than Chud. There you go.
Fair enough.
It is fair enough, Dev.
Yeah.
You can't argue against it at all. You have been
No, that's
outmaneuvered, outfoxed.
That's true. Dev is gay. Dev, stop making things weird. Dev, just say you like me. Guys, I'm bisexual. I've said many times I'm bisexual. Like, yes, I like men and women. I'm into both. I also like trans women. Yes. This is not news.
Dev has quite often said that he likes penis. So, Jard, there should be an apparatus to allow people to vote politicians out of office by performing a wind chime impression for as long as it takes. Unironically, there needs to be better apparatuses for taking away political power. Yes, because the current apparatus relies on one very, very, very unfortunate thing. That people have a memory that lasts for more than 4 years, which they don't. And two, that even if they know of wrongdoing, they care. This is the issue. Like, we can't have elections every year, because nothing would ever get done. But people don't have the memory capacity to actually remember what was done to them. Unless it's absolutely astronomically massive and crushing, and, you know, a war or an enormous economic downturn, people just won't remember. And so next year they'll go to the ballot box and they'll vote for the same party as they voted for last year. And most people don't even know the name of the candidates on the ballot. See, we humans are not well suited for democracy. We are going to need to fix ourselves and create a superior breed of voters. I like to refer to this type of voter as the Ubermensch, if you will.
See, here's the thing, right? Like the alternative, the reply to a lot of the Heinleinian solutions to democracy, where you restrict the franchise to people who have earned it through civil service, or you restrict the franchise to people who have like a certain IQ or something like that, right? Where you try to restrict the franchise based on some sort of merit, by some merit measurement. All right. The issue ultimately is that everyone still has to live underneath the laws of the government, so everyone should have at least some say in what those laws are. That's kind of that's the moral argument for universal suffrage, and there's probably something there, I think.
See, there's the thing. It's not necessarily an argument made from any sort of merit. The Heinleinian one is not based on merit. In fact, he explicitly outlines in the book that servicemen are not brighter than civilians. In fact, often the opposite is true, etc. But there is, rather than merit, because merit is the wrong word here, Dev. Let me school you in English language.
It's investment in that case, yes.
No. Virtue. Virtue, Dev, is the correct word. We need to institute a civic virtue. We need to create the civic virtue. And we need to make it not only desirable, but expectant to people to live up to this virtue. In fact, you should be fucking shamed if you are ever found wanting of civic virtue. Shame, by the way, is something we also need to reintroduce en masse. Public whippings, stockades, etc., all of this.
Well, no, part of what was going on in Starship Troopers was also investment, though. It wasn't just virtue. It was also, you should be invested in the society if you are going to try and change or lead or contribute to the society in that fundamental way.
Investment is merely the incentive. It's the treat. It's the biscuit. It's like, here, have this. Virtue is a far more effective way, because the moment you incentivize too much, you get the current day situation where politicians are career politicians who are drawn there by the incentive rather than the virtue. The public service should be a sacrifice that most people should probably wish to avoid whenever possible. It should be jury duty.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just think the practical nature of power means that it will never be that. And that's kind of utopian.
The practical nature of power, yes, but again, if you manage to create a virtue out of it, first and foremost, and you shame people for failing in that virtue, it will be more difficult to simply engage in it for the sake of power politics alone, because it will be a shameful thing to do. Like, most people are very receptive to shame. Shame is an incredibly potent thing that we do not utilize anywhere near enough.
I'm actually not sure about that. I think shame works when you're younger and you're less mature, but I think as you develop, shame becomes less coercive, because like once you have a few experiences under your belt and someone tries to shame you into something that you think is wrong, you're not going to be moved.
I have
simply
lost
by shame.
Shit.
I don't know about that, honestly. I really don't, because shame is very effective. And even if you have some experience under your belt, it requires a certain surrender already. Like, you must have been able to embrace the shame. Because if you can maintain the shame as a fresh experience, then you're still ashamed of it. What you're kind of talking about is also the potential of people just being massively terrible human beings, which should both be shamed and punished. For example, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is something that is just overlooked today completely in a modern-day parasocial relationship. You make entire careers out of it. The recent Rorschach drama is a perfect example. This is a man who's made a career out of throwing aspersions around. And then he is caught with his enormous hentai folder filled with the worst kind of degenerate excess, most of which he has already been actively denouncing. And he's not ashamed. Like, he's defending himself. He's trying to create this as a position now. And even though he's certainly losing support, in any truly functional society, being outed as a hypocrite should probably have people disassociate from you almost immediately.
Just wait. Hold on. I have to interrupt this to show you this, Arch. Pull this up and read it. And note who it comes from.
Let's see. Brianna Wu, you little red bridge, you.
Just read it. Read it out.
Your opinion on Starship Troopers is largely irrelevant if you've only seen the movie and haven't read the novel. Verhoeven took a novel with complex themes about duty, responsibility, and service and turned it into enjoyable testosterone satire of America. Well, that's majoritively wrong, Dev.
That's pretty much correct.
No.
Sure it is.
No. One, I will refuse to be the bridge like you are. And two, no.
So hold on. Even if it's correct, you're like, I can't accept that Brianna Wu said the correct thing. I can't.
Yes. And also, it's not really it's not really testosterone satire of America, really. Disagree with this.
It's good to see, though. Listen. All right. The red bridge is not the bridge in which communism flows across onto our side, Arch. It is the bridge in which centrism flows across onto their side.
I don't know about that, Dev. I've yet to see any evidence for this.
This tweet is the beginning.
Let's see. Dean Domino 25. Western government fear-monger about China while trying to implement similar politics themselves or via proxies such as social credit score. Yeah? No? There's a lot of things going on there. And there is definitely a problem with... 20 years ago, we could unironically look at Russia and China, and we could declare ourselves to be better... Stop that, YouTube. We could declare ourselves to be better than them. Now, that position is starting to get more and more iffy. Like, absolutely, 20 years ago, the West could just decry Russia unilaterally with no issues. Now, with the European Union, social credit score, the lockdowns.
I still think we're better. You know, like the Iraq War was really the big one where it's like we lost a lot of our moral high ground with the Iraq War. That's for sure.
Yep.
But
our position has been eroded.
I still think we are definitely better. And whatever erosion that we've lost, we can gain back, and we actually are willing to gain back. I don't think the Russians or the Chinese are willing to gain anything back. They don't view it as virtuous. They view it as weakness.
Only if we flay our politicians. Jonathan Smith says, the main problem, we are republics without a citizen class. Rights are meant to be balanced with duties, vote versus jury duty, bear arm versus policing duty. We have benefits, but no requirements. Yes. Again, as Heinlein says, something given has no value, and we are currently giving away all of the power. All this power in society. We have so many privileges, we have so many rights, but we have no duties. And even then, our rights aren't even real rights because they're conditional rights more often than not. It's like, you have a right to liberty, unless the police decides to come to your house and throw you in jail. You have a right to live, except when a woman empties 2 magazines into your house.
The real black pill is that all rights are conditional. And I know libertarians and ANCAPs are going to scream and seethe and cope about it, but that's just how it is.
It is true, but there are better and worse ways to ensure them being more or less conditional. And at the end of the day, that is all things ever, right?
Yep.
You know, everything can change.
I know, like a lot of the libertarian philosophy kind of rests on the Robinson Crusoe economy, right? That thought experiment situation, and it's like, yeah, okay, I get it, but like when a unified force marches up and stomps your little homestead into the fucking dirt and enslaves you, you can scream about the NAP all you like, you'll still be a slave. You know,
Yep.
like it's utopian.
I think it was the Spartans that invaded somewhere, and they was like, "But
Wait.
we're morally better than you."
Heresy's the question.
Kibbs just
Fire
arrived
is
and
the
said,
answer.
Arch swore to play Helldivers with me. Hold him to this. Wait,
And the Spartans simply told them that they're going to have to suffer what they can now. Woe to the
Did you
vanquished,
skip
etc.
did you skip Helldivers?
I might
Kibbs
now.
stream today and you skipped it?
Citizenship.
Kibb's been streaming Helldivers every day for like 2 weeks now. He's
Has he?
yeah, he's weak. He's addicted.
So-
I'm strong.
I was doing a Hollow Knight playthrough with Kibbs for a bit, but we skipped last week.
You should hold him to that.
Kibbs, don't skip it next week.
Kyle is not a very trustworthy individual. You know, you gotta have force with Kibbs. Like, he has no underlying principle beyond
Oh my god,
violence.
he has done Helldivers just every fucking day. Jesus, Kibbs.
Yeah, like I said.
Also, hi, Kibbs.
You have to enforce your demands with him. You have to shame him, and you have to hurt him with the consequences of his actions. This is very important. I can't read that. Says, we will end up in pods and humans will be grown incubators. Down with Dev. Taftage don't listen to him. V was right. Art, stop this.
The thing is, Taftage and I all agree on a lot of stuff. She's honestly just more eloquent than I am.
Guy under a bridge says, watch
Service
Rebel
guarantees
Moon, and I am shocked
citizenship.
GW hasn't torn them a new one over all the 40k adjacent names and designs. Seems to borrow more than that Star Wars. Rebel Moon is a very bad movie, and it should be very ashamed of itself. Like, unironically, very ashamed of itself. I hated it a tremendous amount, and I hope it is very, very unsuccessful. Which probably means it's going to be very successful, because things I hate seems to always do well. Not as much recently, though. Jonathan Smith says, i.e., we have reduced citizenship to residency. The benefits of rights need to be counted with duties, allow always obtainable, but must have duty. Yes, yeah, suffrage being more of a residency thing rather than a privilege thing is absolutely an issue, but there is also a hereditary argument to be made there. You know, if you live in a country, you want your children to live in the country because you're building the country, etc., and so on. There needs to be a protection of civilians and citizens, because in Starship Troopers, the civilians aren't worse off than the citizens. You know, they're still doing good. Ariko's parents are rich and all that. Now, that is, of course, a fantasy universe, but that is what we need to aim towards, a place where both civilians and citizens can live happily side by side, with one being an enormous leech on society and the other one being the good guys. Solon the Lich says, it'll be fine. There's no Waffle House on the moon, no sport shop either, but any fire or theft will definitely be a mission success. Well, that will have introduced diversity, if nothing else. Even if it won't necessarily be the good kind of diversity. Sometimes you just gotta make do with the diversity you get, even if it is not the diversity you may want. I wonder if there will be many burglaries on the moon.
Nah, I can't see it happening. There's nowhere to escape to.
Well, here's the thing, Dev. What if they don't have any shame about the burglary? What if they just go, yeah, I took it. Now what? This is why we need shame, Dev. This is why your rejection of shame is a bad thing, Dev.
Well, if there's going to be like, I took it, now what? That's when you shoot them.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to arrive at that. Like, that shouldn't be the starting position. It's like, you took my Twinkie. Click, click.
Yes.
This is why we require shame as an intermediary step, Dev. Not everything needs to be an extremist solution, Dev.
Fine, if the shame doesn't work, you shoot them.
Yeah, sure. That's a secondary step. But you try shame first. Black917 says, Hail Launch Christ, our Lord and Savior. Hi Taftage and hi Dev. Lucian says, Karlach as a character spits in the face of the law. Well, it's a fucking modern-day video game. I'd be shocked if anything didn't spit in the face of the law. Unironically, I kind of would. I can't read that yet again. Says, can Dev go to the toilet again? Yes, he did.
I did, yes.
Dev and the toilet are inexorably linked. They have a close and tight-knit bond, the two of them. Rarely are the two separate. You know, Dev, if you always need to go take a shit after you've eaten, you should eat more like full grain and milk and stuff, because clearly your intestines are like doing terrible things to you.
I had another salad today. Naomi made a salad.
Oh, it's probably filled with dirty fucking E. coli infected water then. Salads shouldn't make you shit yourself, Dev. At least not normally. I see the problem. A good salad. Mm-hmm. So what you mean is you had greenery with ham and cheese and a kilo of dressing.
No. Okay, listen. Okay, so there was lettuce, and there was some spinach.
There was lettuce, spinach,
and some arugula.
Uh-huh.
And there was a cucumber.
And bacon.
There was carrots.
Grease.
There was a chicken breast sliced up and mixed into it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's lean protein, right? The dressing was balsamic vinegar. And yes, there were a few bacon bits.
Yeah, of course there were a few bacon bits. I knew there would be a few bacon bits. No, Dev. I don't know if I trust your definition of a few. Or your definition of a chicken breast either, for that matter. Like, I had a whole chicken. I divided it into pieces.
No. Listen. It
covered
was just
covered it with the
a lean grilled chicken breast. We bought a big pack from Costco. We grill them up and have salads every night.
Oh, you grilled up the entire box and ate it in one sitting. Impressive. Raining Tenor says, Purple Woman, with your communist lens, explain why your kind treat fiction as real and real as fiction.
Do you actually want me to do that? I think we'd be rehashing some old ground.
Well, go on. He paid for it.
Okay. They treat they treat fiction as real because they believe that any sort of promotion of a bad idea will have real world negative consequences, even if it is just fiction. So, for example, if you like lolly, even though no child's actually been harmed, you're normalizing the idea of sexual stuff with kids in the culture. You're altering your own thought processes. So it's normalizing, it's platforming, therefore it's bad. However, they also do the inverse, where they treat real things as fictional, because they believe that since they have the correct politics already, they are immune to these types of effects, because they're not muddling around in the darkness, bouncing from wrong position to wrong position like you are. They have the true position under their belt, and that truth gives them immunity to all other effects. So here's how it actually works. If you jack off to lolly and never touch a child, you're normalizing child abuse. However, they can actually have sex with children, but it will be good because they're correct. That's the most extreme version of the argument.
Because of the power imbalance between children and adults, which will be alleviated by socialism.
Yes, that's what Fosh said about it. Yes. However, that's the ideological reason, but that's obviously complete fucking cope. And what's underneath it is that they just want a reason to bully you, and that's all it is.
Yes, that's kind of what you realize after reading Gramsci, that it's all a tactic. And that's, again, why it's so fucking clever what Gramsci came up with, because he created a system in which people could do the most awful shit imaginable to each other and feel fucking great about doing it. It's devilishly clever. And you kind of gotta wonder how Gramsci himself didn't, being an incredibly intelligent man, sit down one day, look at himself in the mirror and go, wow, I'm Satan.
Well, it's because he had the correct politics, so it was all in service of the good.
Yes, I suppose it was. Marksman of
Service
117.
guarantees
B says,
citizenship.
Dev, destroy another VTuber. Rip Niji Sanji. Ah, you were responsible for that, were you, Dev?
Did I?
I hope so. I didn't like Niji Sanji much.
I have lost.
But yeah,
I don't know
the
what that
VTuber market is fucking imploding, except for HoloLive. And the primary reason why is because HoloLive treats their talents like I wish to treat the state. Like subservient
Okay.
puppets.
Well, no, I mean, what's happening with VTubing was what was always going to happen with VTubing, right? First of all, there's way too many fucking VTubers. There's only so many viewers. Only the ones who are extremely talented, extremely charismatic, extremely sexual, or the ones who are doing something new and unique. Those are the ones who are going to survive. If you are just a bog standard VTuber coming out now, you're fucking done. You're like you don't even try.
Do
all right?
not even try.
So that's one thing, is that the market's getting way too saturated. The other thing is that not all VTubers, but a lot of VTubers try to present this pure facade of who they are and the kind of things they engage in and what their community should be like, and that attracts progressivism. And progressives are very, very happy to destroy the talent they watch if they step out of line. And that's happened many times, and it's going to keep happening. And so you have edgy VTubers who are secretly edgy, and they're desperately trying to not get canceled by the progressives. And then you have edgy VTubers who are openly edgy. This would be like Pip and Pippa, for example. And they kind of exist outside of the they exist in a way outside of the collapse, because they have, they're not part of they're not part of that community, They are VTubers, but they're not part of the, ooh, everything is wholesome community.
Yes, and that's that is the idol community, because that's the Japanese idol culture, which tries to do the whole everything is cute, everything is adorable thing, which is of course a lie, because all women are rotten at the heart. Silver Kestrel, Europe's stockpiles are critically low. Yeah, maybe leeching off the US through NATO and not bothering with your military buildup was a bad idea. It was, but it earned us a lot of money, and it allowed us to raise our standard of living well above that of America, all on America's dime. Go up and see about it, Americans. If you don't like it, do something about it.
I was talking to Artemis before, right? This was, I think, yesterday. And Artemis said something like NATO is just the American empire. And it's like, well, not really, because NATO countries can do other things and not simply just give in to all of America's demands, which is true and has happened many times. And he's like, no, it's just the American empire. I'm like, well, if that were the case, why is it that the Turks and the Hungarians had to be persuaded to allow the Finns in? Because America couldn't just decree it top down. Like those countries had interests that had to that had to be fulfilled before they would allow the Finns to join. And Artemis says, "Listen, Dev, you don't understand the way of the world. Because if America simply pulls out of NATO, the whole thing collapses. So we have the real power, and it is only by our good graces that everyone else is allowed to do what they like." And I thought about it for a minute, and I'm like, there's probably some truth to that. However, if America pulls out of NATO, America loses that American empire. So that America doesn't want to lose its empire. The America wants to keep its empire. And so in some ways, even though the other countries don't pay in terms of money, in terms of the GDP, they do pay in terms of influence. And America likes the influence. So that is one thing. And secondly, Artemis also said something like, NATO is the only thing keeping Russia from like stomping all over Europe. And I'm like, I mean, maybe short term. I have a feeling if America pulled out of NATO and then Russia's like, fuck it, let's go, boys, and they start like just invading the other countries, I'm fairly certain the EU would get its act together pretty quick. They're not just going to roll over and take it, because the EU is a block in and of itself, and they will likely start to. And honestly, if America pulled out of Europe and then Russia invaded Europe, that would probably hasten European federalization, just in the face of the threat. You know what I mean?
Federalization.
Yeah.
Filthy
Fertilizer?
term, Dev.
Is it?
Yeah.
But in any case, though, like, in some ways, NATO is not the American empire, but in some ways it is. However, the American empire is a good thing, so fuck it.
Yeah. I largely agree, except in this case, the satrapies live better than their masters do. Largely due to their masters' inability to make the satrapies do what the masters need them to do. Let's see. Raining Terror. Dev, they wanted it to last forever. Remember monkeypox and other variants? They were using it to go all the way to make China-style surveillance system. They were definitely adventurous little attempts to try and make COVID a bigger thing.
Yes. there were,
Luckily,
yeah.
they failed because they were very, very, very unpopular.
Well, it's not just that they failed; it's that there were also other people in government who disagreed, right? Like, if it really was all just like people who believe that democracy is a sham and it's all just top-down power and elites ruling everything. Well, if the elites wanted COVID to last eternal, it would. It would still be here. We would still be under lockdowns, right? The issue ultimately is that one, it's not all simply just top-down power. The will of the public does actually matter. And two, there were in fact people in government who disagreed and said, no, like the public does not want us to do this. We cannot simply keep doing this. Like, there were some bad apples, but they lost. And in fact, a lot of them lost, and then at the next election, lost whatever power they had.
There was a lot of people who realized that their cushy job was at stake and decided for once to align their goals with those of the public, yes?
Yeah. I don't understand the democracy deniers, because like the public gets angry, the elites they don't recognize it right away because it takes time for information to filter up the chain. But when they see it, they're like, oh shit, I want to get reelected. I should do something different, and then they do it. And it's like, well, isn't that exactly how democracy should work? like that's good. That is a good thing that happens that way.
It is to a degree, but it is not replicatable easily enough, and it happens only, again, as I mentioned, on too large a scale. People tend to forget about the time they got fucked over taxes, for example, on the 4-year gap. But something like a global pandemic, more difficult to forget about.
You see, this part is true. That's right, Arch. Because the thing about the American voter is, sorry, Americans who are listening, the American voter is like really uniquely stupid. They will vote for presidency based on the last big news story, whether or not it was actually the fault of the president, right? So Trump didn't cause COVID, and Trump wasn't even in charge of the majority of the lockdowns in America, but it happened in 2020, and so Trump lost the election. It's as simple as that. And Arch, I've said this many times. I know you remember it.
Heresy's the question.
But
Fire
I
is
said
the
something
answer.
in like March of 2020 or like May of 2020. I was like, listen, Trump's going to lose the election, and it will be because of COVID. And I was right.
Well, we'll see about that, Dev. A few more years, Dev. A few more years, and I'm sure you'll have to eat this somehow, some way.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I actually think that Trump's going to win 2024 at this point. I mean, he is overcoming every obstacle the Republicans put in his path, despite not even being on the ballot in some of these fucking states. Even though there are real legitimate concerns about pretty much everything he's fucking done, he's still barreling towards 2024, and Biden is a lot more infirm in 2024 than he was in 2020, and it is beginning to show. And it's like, I don't want Trump to win, but I think Trump might win in 2024.
I don't know if he's a lot more infirm or if the uniparty interests are not as aligned with him anymore as they once were. I think it might be a combination case, because he wasn't much better last time around either, but there was no interest in pointing it out. Like they in fact, the media very, 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 very carefully made sure to point out the opposite. Like when there was one time where he was on a bike ride, And he actually fell off the bike at the end, and the media covered it like, President takes a long bike ride. Wow, he's so fit and amazing.
Yeah, I saw that shit. That was ridiculous. No, I guess what I mean is like, within the past year, no, within the past 6 months, I've gone back and looked at clips from the old debates that Trump and Biden had in 2020, and there is a noticeable difference in the way Biden speaks now versus the way Biden speaks in 2020. There's a noticeable difference. Like when you're in your 80s, a difference of 4 years is very big, and it's showing.
That's probably true, yeah.
Like they honestly, I know they probably wanted the incumbent advantage, but like they should have run somebody else. They shouldn't have run Biden. And don't fucking say Kamala because she's so unlikable. They had to run somebody else. Like I don't know who they would get. Like maybe Pete Buttigieg, maybe like Gavin Newsom. These are at least big names on the left, but like I don't know who they'd get to run. If they didn't have Biden.
I don't think there was much of an alternative, honestly.
Yeah.
It was going to have to be him or nobody because Kamala is terrible. But they couldn't shove her out of the way either because she is a black woman.
Fire is the answer.
If they were to throw her out of the way, that would cause a tremendous amount of problems for them too. Well, the note says, did you cover the latest Trump legal woes? His soul-searching in court seems to crucifix himself publicly, screaming, look what they did to me, while their really puzzled judge replies, sir, just fill this form properly, please. Well, in part, it's because it's beneficial to him at this point. And the Mar-a-Lago thing in particular is an enormous win for him because the judges accuse him of inflating the value of Mar-a-Lago. This seems to be a very, very bad case because you can actually look at the property values around Mar-a-Lago
I have lost.
being comparable to and higher than Trump's stated estimates, and a normie will look at that and wonder, why the fuck is this the case? And maybe they have some kind of justification, some reason, like different tax codes or God the fuck knows what. But Trump's claim that his property was worth as much as it was, which I don't remember how much, well, several $100 million something, seems entirely reasonable when put in context to everything else around his property. And it's a very good soundbite for the right as well, because they can look at that and go like, look at the value of these two houses, yet the judge says that it's not worth anywhere near as much. Weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure anything. I don't really know much about the story, so I don't know what's going on. Can't give an educated opinion. And I'm not just going to give a hot take. That's not how I am.
Don't worry, Dev. We're not expecting an educated opinion, just the Devian one. Nightmare says, speaking of animals, has Dev dog-pilled Taftadge yet? Oh, she's not a white woman, theoretically, technically, so she might not have dog-pilled. Would you like to comment, Dev?
Listen, I've had the woman conversation with Taftadge, just like Lilith. And you know what? It's the cool trannies that actually come around and hang out with us that are pretty based. They understand what's going on. Like, you're not going to get some sort of weird cope of like, I'm just like a woman. You can't say, oh my God, you're being just. They're not going to get any of that shit from these people. You know what I mean? Like they know. They know what's going on.
Black917 says, the right was right, Dev. The left tried to make it last forever, and the courts forced them to stop.
That depends what we're talking about.
COVID, I'm guessing.
Like, for example, in the UK, that wasn't the case at all. But
of Lady Columbia says, you know, Dev, you can tell V to not be a coward. Well, I'm looking forward to the Sargon versus Dev debate, which will come soon.
Hold on. I don't think V's a coward. Where did that come from?
I don't know. The internet.
That's right. Hold on. I didn't respond to the dog pill part. I am 99% sure Taftadge is not dog pilled, guys.
99. Well, it's a relatively good odds, but not certain. Mark James says, saw a YouTube TV ad that said, cable redefined. Yeah, you know what? that sounds like something I could see YouTube doing, and that also sounds like literally the problem with YouTube as well. The
Service
fact that
guarantee
YouTube has decided to
citizenship.
try and become the thing that YouTube outcompeted like a decade ago. And Mark James says, Black Nassim, case in point that governor in Wisconsin, I think, who said she'd find a way to keep using that power after the court took it from her. Oh, some people are just evil. Why You Hatin' says, Arch, why do you not have mute for the D&D games? I do now.
Do you actually now?
Yep, I intend to use it whenever I can, however I can. Boog says, Film Threats, the D-Files addresses this. They have inside sources claiming all the competent people were fired and replaced by activists in Disney. Yep, that sounds entirely reasonable and expected, honestly. That sounds like what you'd see in those circumstances. I've thought about reporting on it. I decided not to because it is the usual I have source, which is... Hell, even I use that, okay? Because I have sources too, and you can't actually tell anybody about your sources for obvious reasons. But I don't like reporting on it, you know?
I have
So
lost.
real quick, here's a super chat that you're not going to get to before I leave because I have to go in about 2 minutes, Arch. Sorry, R.I.P. Mercenary X21 $2 says, Dev thinks Trump lost to the beer bug, which is coronavirus. How adorable. Yeah, he literally did. All right. It was actually that. Anybody who was president when COVID hit, that was like a death knell for them. As simple as that. Yeah, and yes, he actually lost. If you still think that he didn't, you're fucking retarded.
So John says, Borderlands beat you to that with bad dialogue. I don't know what that's in reference to now, but probably Borderlands.
Borderlands did have bad dialogue. That's true.
John FK was the Ren and Stimpy guy, by the way. John FK.
Don't know.
And correction, she's from Michigan, says Black 1917. Black says Nord reveals his Trump derangement system, TDS. Any objective look at the case shows it for the frame job it was. If Trump actually guilty, then so is every Democrat that has ever run for office, ever at any level.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what case was this?
Trump is a good boy. Trump
What
is
was
a
the
good
case
boy
called,
case.
Arch? What was the case called? Arch?
Nord, he says. Oliver Nord, I guess.
Wait, how's it spelled? What?
Nord, I know.
I don't know what you're saying. I can't understand you.
Dev,
Yes.
be less bad.
Okay. I don't know what's going on though.
Sometimes, Dev. Sometimes Dev needs to be punished. Shame clearly, I'm starting to realize, Dev, that maybe shame isn't as good an incentive as I thought. It doesn't need to work on you. I keep trying to shame you, and yet nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we need to come up with something better for Dev. Something worse. And at Tolop the Greek says, Dev, did you ever decide your new name for rebrand?
Only kinda.
Okay. What are you going to rebrand as?
Still thinking about it. Not gonna reveal just yet.
Mm-hmm. Will you be a VTuber, Dev?
No.
Why not?
Haven't been paid enough. Kibbs has it right. Make sure you take money for it.
Kibbs does have it right. Are you going to try and
God.
adopt the Kibbian monetization stratagems?
Oh god, $2 from the exact same guy. Dev, your level of cope over 2020 is amazing. Like, I swear to God, every single person in the chat who still thinks that Trump actually secretly won in 2020 and it was all rigged against him, you're all basing this off of like hot takes
Heresy's
and
the question.
headlines
Fire
and
is the
stuff that
answer.
went viral 4 fucking years ago, and you haven't kept up with any investigation. You didn't keep up with any of the audits, any of the recounts, any of the court cases. You're simply going off of vibes. Here's the thing. I believed everything you used to believe until I actually started reading things and not just retweeting stuff that sounded really explosive on Twitter. Okay? It's as simple as that. Trump lost. And you know what? Trump's been coping about it for the past 4 fucking years. All right? Going on TV, talking about, oh, they stole it from me. It was rigged. Oh my God. How could they do this to me? Like, talk about being a fucking loser for 4 years.
Dev is always so mean to Trump. He doesn't understand why people don't like him being mean to Trump. Everybody
should only be nice to winners, Arch.
It's easy to be mean to Trump. Why don't you try doing the difficult thing once, Dev? Being nice to Trump instead of being constantly mean.
Well, the thing is, I'm actually just being mean to chat.
Black 1917 says, every progressive story, men must repent even if they did nothing wrong and or it's never a woman's fault, even when it is.
Yep. I gotta go now, though. I'll see you next time, Arch.
Shame
Goodbye.
again is what we should try to do.
See ya.
See ya, Dev. And I told up the Greek, they call capitalist things fascist because they don't know what corporatism means and they don't actually know anything about classical fascism. That is true. The knowledge of what classical fascism actually entailed, actually meant, etc., is a very, very lost art at this point. Reigning Tenor, the government bootlicker only listens when the state decrees it. Ooh. Well, otherwise he wouldn't be a governmental bootlicker now, would he? Black 917, there's a massive difference between local cop and federal agent, and you know it, Dev. That is true as well. The entire comparison is a bit apples to oranges. Like, okay, if the police talks to you, then that's fine. Yeah, in many cases they are. But federal government agencies have a little bit more oomph behind them. And Black 917 also says, yes, we hear all these stories about police brutality, and they're always in lefty strongholds. Women shouldn't be allowed to be police officers. Okay? It's just how it is. I'm not saying that no woman can ever be a police officer. Some of them could probably make great police officers, but many women do not make good police officers. Majority of women do not make good police officers. There is something intrinsic there that creates trigger happy and or taser deploying females, which we need to be very careful about. Too many tasers are being deployed. Too little accountability. Ostsan, has Dev tried to justify the DA in Georgia and her lover earn over $600,000 of the citizens' money from the sham Trump prosecution yet? Well, I'm sure the government is doing what is best for the people. And I'm sure that is the deviant position. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do what is best for the people after all? Anything else would be terribly mean of them.
I have lost.
Sandum, don't forget that one officer woman from the UK having a teenager with autism arrested for calling the woman cop a certain slang term. YouTube censored. I know, I saw that, yes. I don't remember even the slur, but yes, she arrested a teenager. And the best part is, she didn't even arrest the teenager. She had a group of her male companions, her male compatriots, colleagues, come in and arrest the teenager for her whilst she stood outside with her arms interlinked in that domineering position like, yes, yes, now you're getting what you deserve, you little child. How dare you speak ill of me? My big, brutish male friends will hurt you now. That went very poorly for the woman in question, though. I'm pretty sure she lost her job over that. I seem to remember hearing something like that, or at the very least there was an investigation launched, because that was ridiculous. And I told up, the Greek says, mixed market capitalist liberal democracies. Based. We need less liberalism, though. Liberalism is one of the core problems with a lot of our democracy. Less liberalism, more state-enforced duties. In return for more state-enforced, restrictions as well, yes.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
The state can become the bonds we use to bind it with. See, I'm warming to this idea. I really am. I think this is exactly what we need. You bind a demon via warp magic, so surely you can bind the state via state magic. Statemancy. Yes, I like that. We can turn it into a form of magic in the future. State magic. Where only lawyers can wield it effectively. And it's a very powerful magic, because it would be very powerful magic. Black 917, a liberal government will only self-moderate as long as they fear the people's retribution. Yep, that is also part of it. Yep, absolutely. There needs to be more fear of retributions. There needs to be more power to the people. There needs to be the actual threat of, well, uprising, straight up, honestly. Like, the fear of the people actually taking issue with what the government is doing is a very important part of placing any shackles upon the government. If you cannot do that, if the government cannot be worried about you, then, well, if force is indeed the supreme authority, then the citizenship must have that force. This is the benefit of a state militia over an organized army, but of course the downside of that is that the state militia will never be as effective as an organized army, and so you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Adherent of Lady Columbia. Interesting fact. The US government is the second most eldest continuous government behind the UK, and no civil war is coming. It is a fantasy. I did hear that it was actually fairly... it wasn't the oldest government, it was the oldest republic or something, I think. But yes, it is. In terms of republics, it is for quite old. We can't seem to make your republics last for some reason or another. And then it scrolls. On Pax, I like to see Dev tell the FBI no to being searched, and they just walk all over his rights anyways. Yes, well, that is one of the things as well. The federal government has been known to do just that on more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 occasions. See, that is one of the problems with rights as well, as they do tend to become very conditional the moment the government finds it advantageous for them to become conditional. Very, very conditional, very, very quickly. The problem with that, of course, again, is that we don't really have any way to not make it so. That's the problem. Like,
Heresy's the question.
all
Fire
rights,
is the
in
answer.
essence, need to be enforced by the state at some point. For the simple reason that if we don't do that, then the only way to enforce those rights would be through individual force, I
Service
guess.
guarantees citizenship.
Which is not a very good idea either. Because then, of course, all you really have is people with guns arguing with other people with guns. I'm on PAX. I'd like to see Dev... no one says having Taftaj on was fun. Well, that's good to hear. Adam Unfriended for $20. Thank you very much. Breaking. Truckers are reportedly in talks to refuse delivering loads in New York City beginning on Monday in solidarity with former President Donald Trump in the wake of the $350 million fraud case ruling against him. Was the fraud case ruling? Was that one? Well, I hope they do it, because that would be funny. See, the cities depend on transportation. So if we could take away a lot of that transportation, I think that would be very, very amusing for everyone involved. I think so. Transportation is not a right. You don't have a right to other people's labor now, do you? Mr. Joseph Ramsey, our government is like a blade of Antwerp, and we must become more like Garen Crow. Yes. Yes, the government must be oppressed through the sheer retardation. See, there's an interesting idea in legal systems, right? That the what is it? Ignorance of the law is no defense, and in reality, it probably actually unironically should. Now, the difficulty is it is very difficult to prove whether or not someone has been ignorant of something one way or another, of course. But if you think about it, yes, ignorance of the law should absolutely be a defense in legal court, for the simple reason that our systems continue to make so many new laws without any systems of informing anyone of the new laws being created. Like, if the government created a new law tomorrow, you have no fucking way whatsoever to know that that law was created unless you were told by the news services or some similar organ of the state, basically, that it existed. Otherwise, you've got no clue. And yet, this is, of course, again, a very one-sided thing here, where it's meant to be enforced against you rather than by you. Like, it's a complicated system because you can't really make it work if it is a defense, because then you can just claim that you didn't know about it, but at the same time, you unironically probably wouldn't know about it 9 times out of 10. Like, half of the tax laws, for example, there exists, I don't know about America, but there exists no system in Norway to inform you about a change in tax regulations. The only way you can know about it is if you yourself actively go to the governmental web pages and research any new changes in the regulations. There is no information service at all. Meaning that you could be doing something wrong without having any clue that it is wrong. Adamant friend around, Mr. Serenity, government is like Blade Runner, Mercenary X21, Gov self-policing, good joke, Dev, now burn at the stake. Yes. It must be external policing by the populace. Go on to Odim. Midwittery requires an overconfident in that person's intellect, lack or humility, and also critical thinking. Dev, you're slowly recovering from your midwittery, but still have a long way to go. Jafar the Blade. I do need to remember to Streamlabs. Dev, you came out calling the January 6 traitors, despite the only thing they can legit be charged with is trespassing. Not to mention the complete disregard for habeas corpus. You're literally pro-political gulag. Shut up. No, there was actually a complete, like, suspension of habeas corpus with the January 6 protesters. And in fact, they shot one of them as well. Thoroughly unprovoked, too. There was no reason for the security guard to open fire within the Capitol building and killing that woman, for example. There is no justification for that in retrospect. And of course, nobody was punished for it either. Nobody suffered any consequences. At the end of Lady Columbia, chat, we should do this, yells at content creator. Politics should be this, chat, RL, does nothing vote on an election cycle or isolate self. Well, I hope everyone here is voting. I think everyone should vote, no matter where you are. And you should be informed about the voting systems as well, and the people that are running for office. That is one's duty in a democracy. Mercenary X21, Dev quoting Woo. That is doubly wrong, pure wrong. It is. Antelope the Greek, the Red Bridge is a filter. Not a very good one. There's too much stuff flowing across it. The Bickering Bunch, Arch swore to play Helldivers with me. Hold him to this, rat bricks. Breed Barch. There is no such thing, but there is a Breed Gibbs. Silverian has been a member for 3 months. Thank you very much, sir. Rights are chains upon humanity. Beneficial chains, but chains nevertheless. Well, I like those chains. They're good chains. They're comfortable. Fit very nicely. Sandu says, Dev calls a full chicken with garnish a salad. Yes, he does. It's like there was a chicken breast in there, which means the whole chicken, basically. And then he put a lettuce on top of it like, healthy now. At the end of Lady Columbia, Arch is the male version of Daria, just with hobbies. I am the male version of everything. Boog, Dev, it's okay, the government turned around after the coup. It doesn't matter that so many people lost everything and Herod, governments can do no wrong. Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Because, okay, part of Dev's position here, which I do disagree with tremendously, is that, the government eventually pulled back all of their abuses, therefore it's okay. No, it would have been okay if there had been massive consequences thereafter, if the people who had done all of these things that are in clear violation of the Constitution, in Norway as well, we have a Constitution, sort of at least, which they violated, these people should be put in jail. There should have been sweeping political ramifications. People should have been jailed, people should have been sued, people should have lost their positions at the very least. None of that happened. Instead, we are supposed to be thankful because they decided to take the shackles off. So, about that. Learning Turner says the only one who refused was DeSantis, and people who didn't want to take the jab, everyone else was in lockstep, especially California and New York. Black 917, top-down authority is what the left wants and is pissed they can't have it. The only reason they can't succeed is because they're too impatient and greedy. Jafar the Blade. Dev, so if I change the law before event and after the event I change it back, but the court case finds out that changing it was illegal, is everything that happened between legit? Because it sounds like that just fine, so we should change murder laws for a day. Oh, we should institute the purge. Too much coffee, says Dev, stop being reasonable. Give a hot take. Oh, everything Dev says is a bit of a hot take. Mercenaries 21. Dev thinks Trump lost to beer bug. How adorable. And Dev, your level of cope over 2022. 2020 is amazing. Black 917. Lockdowns ended in lefty-controlled states because people just stopped obeying them. Correct. Yes, unironically, and I think even Dev would agree on this, in that they stopped obeying them in his state. And that was what stopped it. It wasn't really that it was abolished, it was that people stopped complying with it, and the government elected to not enforce it, realizing to do so would be highly unpopular. Too much coffee, says thanks, Dev. Mercenary X21. Dev, just admit you're wrong, stop being delusional. Lodicom was a Spartan, don't care. The F graph was suspicious, regardless of whatever facts or explanations causes they could cook up. Black 1917, they ended in the right-controlled states because those government looked at the empirical data and said no more. And he also says, my home state of Texas threatened to fire any business that tried to have a mask mandate. Based. That's next one. I am telling you guys, I've seen a peek behind the curtain, and it is freaking crazy, and Dev's going to eat so much crow when it finally hits the fan. I think so too. Play 917. You're right, Dev. He watched live as Rhinos betrayed Trump at the 11th hour and stopped the EU counts before it could happen. WBS Piddle, what do you think of the term theatre kid occupied government to describe the managerially astute political priorities and views? The clown is in the building. That's a picture of the White House. The head of Lady Columbia, and someone born from a female cop who lost 40% of her left arm strength, multiple spinal bone fusions, and broke ribs and worked undercover. They are rare. That is terrible, my dude. I'm so sorry for you. Sorry for her too, mind you. And yeah, no, they are rare. And hell, most men can't be cops either, mind you. Like most... See, this is why I am very pro the Norwegian form of policing, which I think it's a 3-year education to become a police officer. Because if you are to be entrusted with the safety of the body politics and the populace, you need to be good at your job, and there should be exceedingly high standards so that only those who truly deserve it get through. And then we should also increase their benefits and pay as well. Mark 117B. The girl said to her mother that the female cops looked like a lesbian on. She did not address the cop. Cop overheard and took offense. I think so, yeah. And the last thing, most next one, making new laws and not telling anyone is bullshit by design. Yes, it is. See, I also bet you that if the government was required to inform everyone about new laws, it wouldn't be quite so fun anymore to make them. Because bloat in laws is another huge problem in legislation. I looked this up the other day, and I think, what was it? How many laws does the US have? Oh, here we go. Okay. So just check this out, chat here. Let's see. Where does it say it? Where was the number? I think this was the one. 140? Can I find the 40 there? God damn it. Is this another one? No, this is the one, isn't it? Trying to tally the number of laws is nearly impossible. God, what was that? So it was on the Google search thingy, but not on the link I just clicked for some. There we go. Is that? There we are. That's the one. So, there are 30,000 statutes that have been enacted since 1789. There are only 4,312 laws that have been enacted since December 2016, and there are 88,899 federal rules and regulations since 1995, with another 2,419 proposed rules were in play at the end of 2016. The United States has over 88,000 laws and regulations. 88,000. You're a criminal, chat. You've undoubtedly broken some laws. Like, I don't think there's a single human being in the US that isn't a criminal, probably. Like, this is a library's worth of just legal bullshit. And probably 98% of it is utterly superfluous or covers the exact same thing. Right? The legal system is the death of democracy, okay? Because when you have professional politicians that need to do things to justify their position, what does a politician do? He creates laws. He creates paper. A political class is nothing more than an enormous, monstrous printing press, as demonstrated. And Max117B says, Arch, did you see Acorn Cop freak out? Wild. I just Googled it. Florida deputy fires weapon after mistaking sound of acorn hitting patrol car for gunshot.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And once again, why cops should be rare. I think Judge Dredd maybe got this right. Fucking Christ. Black 1917, they didn't refuse to enforce it because it was a bad look. They refused because there were too many people to arrest. Yeah, which is kind of aligns to the same thing, but yes. Right. I think... Was that it? That was it. Thank you all very much for watching, chat. Thank you for hanging out with me today and with Dev and Taftaj, and thank you for your very generous donations. Oh, McQuall11, hail the supreme glorious greatness, Sir Arch of Terror, our Lord and Savior. Criminal my ass, I'm revolutionary, chat. High five rush when? When I get an artist free to actually do the thumbnail, which is probably going to be a while, and it's probably going to be albine, so expect basketball-sized furry tits.